motion in limine to allow victims to be present in the courtroom during the trial. There is three members. There are members of the victim's family here today, including Tamil Monte, and she will be a witness in this case. The Missouri Constitution and the Missouri revised statutes allow all criminal victims to be present during trial, and even if they're called to testify as a witness, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we have no objection.
Okay. I'll sustain the motion and that can remain in the courtroom.
The second motion we have, Your Honor, is a request for leave to file a substitute information in lieu of indictment. In that motion, Your Honor, we're requesting the state has filed a substitute information or proposed substitute information. We would ask that the court show that information as filed and arraign the defendant on that information in lieu of indictment. Originally, Your Honor, the indictment in this case charged that the defendant committed these offenses on July 18th, 2017. All of those charges had that same offense date of July 18th, 2017. And the indictment alleged that the victim in this case, Savannah Leckie, was killed by unknown means. The proposed substitute information tracks with the evidence that we are prepared to present today and that the defense is aware of through the discovery process, which changes the offense date to on or between July 18, 2017 and July 20th, 2017, and also provides further specificity on how the offense was committed. The original indictment indicated that she was killed by unknown means, and these proposed substitute information alleges that she was killed by drugging and or drugging and or beating, or the burning and or drugging, Your Honor. Under Rule 23.08, we can actually file a substitute information all the way up until a verdict is rendered in the case. And this happens frequently when the evidence comes up just a little bit different in variance from the information or indictment. As long as there are no new offenses charged and no prejudice is asserted by there's no prejudice found on the defendant's part, the court can permit this filing of that substitute information, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, we would actually object to the state's filing the information in lieu of indictment. This case, of course, has been pending since August of 2017, and it was now just amended kind of on the eve of trial. One of the concerns here, of course, if a defendant's substantial rights are not there by prejudice under Rule 2308, here I think we actually have a different situation. Whenever this was charged by unknown means, it would be difficult or impossible then to say that that was some sort of continuing course of conduct. And I am looking at the revised statutes of Missouri 556.041, which provides for a limitation on conviction for multiple offenses. And with that, when the same conduct of a person may establish the commission of more than one offense, he or she may be prosecuted for each such offense. However, such person may not be convicted of more than one offense if, and I'm looking at sub 4 specifically, the offense is defined as a continuing course of conduct and the person's course of conduct was uninterrupted unless the law provides that specific periods of such conduct constitute separate offenses. In this, the difference now is that the state is trying to be more specific about what is alleged to have caused Savannah Leckie's death. And in that, they are saying it's the same conduct in count 1, which is murder in the first degree, also count 2, which is abuse of a child resulting in death, and then the felony murder that attaches there. I think that presents a significant problem as far as prejudicing, right? Because I think that could potentially subject Ms. Ruud to a jeopardy issue, a double jeopardy issue, in that she would be punished multiple times for the same course of conduct.
If they didn't really change any of the allegations that in the new information.
They didn't necessarily change the allegations, but they did specify, because as Mr. Brown stated, it was previously by unknown means. And so therefore it would be, as it was charged, it wouldn't necessarily be a continuing course of conduct. Here, they are putting the same course of conduct in each count, or at least in counts 1, 2, and 3. And I think that does cause prejudice to Ms. Ruud at this point, because I think that places her in danger of being of multiple punishments for one course of conduct.
Okay, but I haven't heard anything that it was a big surprise to you that were amending it, and if for some time you've known through the lab report and other reports that they were fairly targeted.
One of the things to I guess get into the surprise element, the dates were changed. Where we have, whenever we were building our theory of the case and our defense, we were relying on the particular date that had been stated within the indictment. And now that range has been broadened, which does affect the scope of our questioning and possibly even what we might have prepared for particular witnesses and things like that. So there is some surprise, but that I would say primarily goes to the element of the dates being expanded.
Your Honor, as to the dates being expanded, it was originally charged as on or about. The courts have found that on or about could be up to a week or even longer. That does not necessarily that would not necessarily be a surprise. In this case, we could present evidence that she was killed on the 19th. Well, that's also on or about. So the specificity there on the date, I don't believe is a surprise or prejudicial to the defendant. As to the other allegations, Your Honor, that she could be subjected to double jeopardy. Of course, the test for double jeopardy is if any of the elements of the offenses are the same, Your Honor. And ultimately, if the court finds her guilty of count 1, murder in the first degree, none of the other counts really matter all that much. It's life imprisonment without parole, and that's the end of it. Obviously, count 3 is murder 2, so that's a lesser. The court can't find the defendant guilty of count 1 and count 3 because those are lesser included offenses. And as for abuse of a child resulting in death, I believe there's actually case law that says that because it's a different offense with different elements, the court could conceivably find her guilty of that count in addition to the other counts. And as the court knows, we have not changed the offenses. They're all the same offenses charged in the original indictment.
Your Honor, I would just well, Your Honor, one thing, even though Mr. Brown stated obviously that the court could not necessarily find her guilty of count 1 and then counts 2 and 3, it is not charged in the alternative. It is charged as counts 1, 2, and 3. There is no in the alternative language relating there.
Can I respond to that, Your Honor? If this were a jury trial, we would not be. You don't necessarily have to allege on an information. There is actually no mocker, no official charge language for in alternative counts. The way it's dealt with is in jury instructions, in the verdict directives, and we would provide alternative verdict directives to the jurors, where they would say, if you don't find the defendant guilty of count 1, you must consider count 2. If you don't find the defendant guilty of count 3, you must count 2 and 1, you must find the defendant guilty of count 3, and you can only return one verdict as to those counts.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection and we'll sustain the motion to file the information in lieu of the indictment.
Thank you.
Anything else before we go to opinion?
She'll need to be arraigned on that information, Judge.
You want me to read it to her?
No, we wait formal reading and her pleas of guilty.
Okay, I'll show that she's been arraigned and pled not guilty. Brown? Openings, I assume?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
May it
Your
please.
Honor, I'm sorry. Before you start, we would want to invoke the rule, Your
Okay.
Honor.
The rule is invoked except for those that are deemed victims, and I'm gonna leave it up to both sides to decide. Okay, there's a lot of witnesses in here that are not true victims, but he only mentioned one, I think.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe there's the only witness that we would have is also a victim as Camille Montag.
Okay,
Make sure that was on the record.
okay.
May it please the court. Savannah Frances Lee Leckie.
Wait a second.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I thought maybe you was coming up and say, oh, you forgot about witness so-and-so. But
No,
I don't think that was the message.
We're good? Okay.
No witnesses.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Savannah Frances Lee Leckie. She was a typical teenage girl with an atypical life, unfortunately, that ultimately led to a horrifying and tragic end that no person, especially no child, should ever have to experience in rural Ozark County between July 18th, and July 20th, 2017. I expect this court, Your Honor, will hear that Savannah was born on June 3rd, 2001 to the defendant, Rebecca Ruud. Various witnesses will tell you that Miss Ruud thought she was not fit to be a mother, and that sometime before Savannah's birth, her mom met Camille Leckie Monte, and a friendship was established between the two. Camille and her then husband, David Leckie, could not have children on their own. And so Savannah was born, and I expect that you're going to hear that through a long and convoluted process, Camille and David eventually adopted Savannah as their own child. And they even took in Savannah's half-sister, Michaela. You'll hear about how Savannah lived in Minnesota with David and Camille until about 2016, the later half of 2016, when she was 15 years old. I expect you'll hear in 2010, David and Camille separated, as many people do. Many marriages end in divorce and separation, and Savannah, being a typical teenage girl, began to act out. And I expect you'll hear from Camille and other witnesses that Savannah was on the autism spectrum. And she would also cut herself. And a lot of this occurred, a lot of the cutting occurred because of what was going on in her home life. Eventually, it was decided that Savannah would be better off with her biological mother in Ozark County, the defendant. Camille and David, they believed they had exhausted all options and worked out an agreement with Savannah and David. David owed child support to Camille due to the separation, and Camille would pay a portion of that child support to the defendant. You'll hear that the defendant herself went up to Minnesota, picked up Savannah, and brought her to Ozark County in late 2016. And you'll hear that Camille and Savannah kept in touch, and Camille talked to Rebecca. Eventually, something changed, and Savannah was reported missing on July 20th of 2017. Now, how I expect the state will present its case in its evidence in this case, it will first be a broad overview of the case. The state expects to present the testimony of now former Sheriff Darren Reed. Sheriff Reed will tell you about how he was at a training, I believe in Columbia, Missouri, on July 20th, when he received a phone call about a missing juvenile child, Savannah, in the area of Theodosia. I expect Sheriff Reed, being the chief law enforcement officer for Ozark County, rushed back from Columbia in record time to go to the location where the child was reported missing. That's the defendant's farm in rural Ozark County. Now, Sheriff Reed gets his two most experienced deputies to work on this case, Chief Deputy Winston Collins and Deputy Curtis Dobbs, who are both now with the Christian County Sheriff's Office. I expect Sheriff Reed will give you some background information about this very, very rural part of Ozark County, the property itself, and will tell you about his involvement in the case, where he was present for numerous search warrants executed on the property, which ultimately culminated in the discovery of human remains in a burn pile on August 4th, 2017. And the court's going to see photographs of that burn pile and the process by which it was disassembled. Sheriff Reed will tell you he immediately knew when he got there on July 20th, 2017, that there was no way that Savannah could have left this remote and large piece of property that was in the ruralest parts of this state. Next, I expect you'll learn that before July 20th, there was a fire at defendant's farm that raged out of control on July 18th. You'll hear that the defendant herself was actually a volunteer firefighter, and she knew she was supposed to call sheriff's office if there was a fire like this. But instead, she called everyone but the sheriff's office. She called several members of the various fire departments that she worked with. They were dispatched and they helped put out the fire, and you'll hear from some of those firefighters. Now, I expect you'll hear that some of the firefighters knew Savannah. After all, the defendant was a volunteer firefighter, and they wanted to check on her well-being that day on the 18th. But the defendant would not let them anywhere near the camper trailer on the property where Savannah lived. You'll hear that it was an intensely hot day in July, much like it is now, and that they wanted water, which would have brought them close to the camper trailer. And the defendant refused their request for water and would not let them see Savannah that day. You'll hear that none of the firefighters actually checked Savannah for any injuries that day. The defendant told everyone that Savannah was naked in a sealed up camper trailer that had no electricity on a sweltering summer's day. You'll hear from Robert Pete Jr., the defendant's then boyfriend and later husband. Pete Jr. was with his father, Pete Sr., on that day when they both responded to the residence. Pete Jr. was one of the persons that received a phone call from the defendant on July 18th. And his dad was a volunteer firefighter, so they headed out to the defendant's residence. Pete Sr. tended to some physical injuries, some burns that the defendant had on that day. And while Pete Jr. helped rake out the fire, snuff out the fire that day, the fire department left. Pete Jr. stayed behind to be with his girlfriend, the defendant. Pete Jr., I expect, will tell you that Savannah was last seen the next day, July 19th, very late into the evening, chasing fireflies on the hill, that it must have been 11 o'clock at night, and that there was an argument between the defendant and Savannah about some homework that had not been done, and that Savannah went to the bed in the camper trailer, and she was never seen again until August 4th, 2017, when what was left of her was discovered in a burn pile. Savannah would be reported missing late the next morning on July 20th. You will hear about the extensive efforts that the Ozark County Sheriff's Office went to find Savannah and the defendant's insistence that she ran away. The search was extensive. Officers from many different agencies, Highway Patrol, the Sheriff's Office, Arkansas, were all there, and civilians and a helicopter and a fixed-wing aircraft were brought in, all to no avail, because the defendant knew where she was all along, in that burn pile that was discovered on August 4th, 2017. You will hear, and how do we know this? You'll hear from the defendant herself, admitting.
Your Honor, we will need to object to where he is beginning to go in his opening statement. He's going to talk about a recording, and we need to, for the record, object to this recording being brought in as that it is
Brought in as evidence.
yes, that it's brought in as evidence, but that it's also that it is we believe it's still protected, and we have to argue that.
Okay.
Obviously, Judge, my response to that is the Missouri State Supreme Court has said otherwise.
Overruled.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
You'll hear the defendant herself admit to burning Savannah's body.
I will make that a continuing objection, and any time that he references the tape, so we don't have to stop every time. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. You'll hear that the defendant herself admits to burning Savannah Lecky's body. So the defendant got a lawyer after many searches were conducted on her property. Now, obviously, everybody has a right to an attorney. There's no disputing that. But for whatever reason, the defendant made a poor decision and brought a recording device with her to the office of the Missouri State Public Defender and recorded her conversation with two members of that office. And you will hear that conversation, that that Savannah died as a result of taking drugs, according to the defendant, and that she came across her dead body and burned it. But that's only partially true, Your Honor. That's the defendant's story. What really happened is, I expect on the last day of trial, is we expect to present 3 separate women that were all housed with the defendant at some point in time during the pendency of this case in the Taney and Ozark County jails. One of these women, Kathy Hilton, has never met the other 2 women. You'll also hear from Sarah Johnson and Jessica Wallen, who were housed with the defendant in the Ozark County jail. Ms. Wallen will tell you that the defendant admitted that she had crushed up pills and put them in a drink, likely Kool-Aid or something similar. Sarah Johnson will tell you about how the defendant told her she wasn't getting money, the child support, and that she was supposed to be getting that money, and that she wasn't going to lose her farm because of some, quote, bratty kid, along with some other unprompted comments about holding someone down in a fire. Finally, you'll hear from Kathy. Kathy Hilton, all of these people are not very good, Your Honor. They're convicted felons. The state admits that. They were in jail for one reason or another. And you'll hear from Kathy that on the night of the 19th, the defendant drugged Savannah with hydrocodone that she had gotten in the days before due to her injuries on her arm. And that the defendant thought she was dead, thought Savannah was dead, and brought her body to the burn pile to dispose of the evidence. And Kathy Hilton will tell you that the defendant admitted to her to throwing Savannah's body in the burn pile. She wasn't dead. She woke up screaming. And that during this screaming, the defendant hit her with a rake or other type of long-handled implement until she could scream no more. And after all of that, all that was left of Savannah was a bag of bones. And after you hear all of the evidence presented in this case, I will ask the court to return a verdict of guilty as to murder in the first degree, as no child should ever have to suffer the same fate as Savannah Frances Lee Leckie. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Your Honor, this case is a tragedy. I think that is probably about the only thing that is clear and agreed upon by the state and the defense in this case. You're going to hear that Rebecca Ruud gave birth to Savannah in June of 2001. You're going to hear how Rebecca, Reba, as her friends and family would call her, was abused by her mother. And when she gave birth to Savannah, that mother who had abused her kidnapped Savannah. And there was a long process. And you are going to hear that she fought to get her daughter back. And she did that so that Savannah could be adopted by Tamil and David Leckie, who she had become friends with. She got to know them. In fact, it was more than friendship. In fact, you're going to hear from Tamil. We believe you'll hear from Tamil that she was like a sister, like family. And in fact, Savannah had 3 younger siblings that she loved and adored. One of them being another biological child of Reba, and that they adopted as well. And you're going to hear some information about that adoption and how it took place. You will hear how Savannah always knew that Reba was her birth mother. There was never any secret about that. Reba was in the life of Savannah all the time. You'll hear how for around 15 years, Savannah lived with Tamil in Minnesota. But during that time, family dynamics changed. There was a divorce. There was a new boyfriend that came in, then another different boyfriend that had come in. Savannah was you're going to hear that during that time, Savannah was diagnosed with ADHD and was on the autism spectrum. She was also diagnosed with depression. In fact, the defense will present evidence to show how Savannah was hospitalized at least twice for suicidal ideation due to self-harm and a plan to commit suicide. At least at the last hospitalization in June of 2016, she was prescribed medications for her ADHD and depression. And Tamil did not want her released from that hospital. In fact, the defense will show that she indicated to that hospital that if Savannah was released, she would be dead. You will hear how Tamil no longer wanted Savannah to live with her, and she pushed this vulnerable and susceptible and troubled teen to live with her biological mother in Missouri. She didn't let her live with family. There were options. She didn't let her live with any of those in Minnesota. She pushed her to the farthest place she could push her. There was no plan for this to be there was no plan for this to be a successful venture. The legal authority for Reba to take care of Savannah wasn't there. It wasn't given to her until June of 2017. There was supposed to be, and I think you'll see this in text, an agreed upon amount of $250 a month that was supposed to be sent to Reba to care for Savannah, but it was rarely sent. And when it was sent, there were deductions for random things. There was no power, the power of attorney that did finally come was in June of 2017, even though it was promised early on. There was no guardianship. There was no way you will hear there was no way for Reba to take care of the child, get her the medication she needed, or any of that as far as getting medical help. She didn't have the legal authority. So part of that, what you will hear is that she was continued to be enrolled in a Minnesota online course instead of being transferred to a Missouri online schooling, because Reba couldn't do that because she didn't have that legal authority. You will hear how this experiment was supposed to be for a trial basis until Thanksgiving of 2016. But you will hear how that date came and went, no Tamil or David. Christmas 2016 came and went, no Tamil or David. In fact, Tamil couldn't even bother to take calls from Savannah, much less after the first few months. However, even though this was a tough time for Savannah, not seeing her family in Minnesota, her grades were improving. You will see that in some text messages, I believe, and other testimony. We anticipate you will also hear how Savannah continually was let down by her Minnesota family. They would promise to come see her and then would not show up. They would promise to come in November 2016, December of 2016, and then in June of 2017 for her birthday. But days came and went, and no Tamil or David. One bright spot for Savannah during that time was she got to see her grandparents in April of 2017. And she was excited about that. She was happy. She hadn't seen anybody since she had left there. She got to see them for about a day and a half, maybe, and there was some flooding that came in, and they needed to get out of there. I think that's what you'll possibly hear. We anticipate you're going to hear that Savannah was hardworking around the farm. You'll hear that from people who knew her on the farm. She also enjoyed her time on the farm. She enjoyed the animals on the farm. She also enjoyed being a cadet on the Theodosia Fire Department. And I believe you'll hear that from the volunteer fire persons that are going to be witnesses. They enjoyed having her around. And she was a strong, able-bodied young woman that was dealing with some mental health issues. But she was not weak or disabled, as you might hear from a few of the state's witnesses. Reba has been incarcerated since August of 2017. Now, during that time, she would have come in contact with hundreds of other inmates in facilities she was housed in. Out of the hundreds of other inmates she would have been in contact during that time, only 3 have tales to tell. And you will be able to judge the credibility of those witnesses. You'll hear some fantastical stories from each of these 3 witnesses, but their stories don't align with the other witnesses who are actually there. They also don't align with the evidence. But some of what they will align with are the stories from the media that were out at that time. The state will call several law enforcement officers. We anticipate that they will all tell you how hard they worked on this case and how they investigated this fully. What what we believe you will also notice, although, is that you will never hear is how from the very beginning this was not a missing persons investigation. It was in fact a death investigation. It was about the thoughts and feelings and not evidence. And that was even said and would be quoted from Sheriff Ruud in newspaper articles from the Ozark Times. Here's what you are not going to hear from the state's witnesses. You are not going to hear that Savannah was murdered. You will hear no scientific evidence as to the cause of death, the manner of death, or the actual time of death. You're going to hear admissions from Rebecca herself that she burnt Savannah's body. But that is all you're going to hear, because that is all she did. And we are going to ask at the end of this trial that you find Rebecca Ruud not guilty of counts 1, 2, and 3.
Perfect.
Yes, Your Honor. State will call Sheriff Darren Reed.
Don't have a witness.
I do not.
I don't care, but
I can get Marilyn one.
just let her hand a break.
Oh.
Someone up there, or where are you at? You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Go ahead and be seated.
Is this the correct spelling of your name?
Yes, D-A-R-R.
D-A-R-R-I-N. And then Reed is right. Thank you. I'm ready.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Darren Reed.
And Mr. Reed, what is your current position?
I am retired. I own my own business and I also deal in real estate.
In July 2017, how were you employed?
I was the sheriff of Ozark County,
How long were you the sheriff of Ozark County?
2 terms,
Okay, so 8 years.
8 years.
And do you recall some events in July and August of 2017?
Yes, I do.
And why do you recall those dates?
There was a missing child in Ozark County in the Theodosia area.
Okay. And do you recall receiving a phone call about a missing child in Ozark County sometime around that those dates?
I was in Columbia, Missouri, and I received a call from my chief deputy that said there was a child missing, and I left Columbia immediately and come back.
All right. And do you recall what date you got that phone call?
July 20th, 2017.
And did you immediately leave Columbia and get down to Ozark County?
Yes,
All right. How long did it take you to get there?
probably 2.5 hours.
All right. And where was the location that you responded to?
It was on the west side of Theodosia, on a county road. I don't recall the county road number.
Is that in Ozark County, Missouri?
Yes,
All right. And is this a very rural and remote location?
yes, it is. Yeah, it's very remote.
Could you describe it to the judge?
Whenever I got to the scene, I know I went through a gate, and the barn approximately a quarter mile off of the road, off of the county road.
And is this a place that has electricity?
I didn't see no electricity.
Okay. Running water and sewage?
There was a well that had to be turned on by generator.
All right. And for the purposes of our questioning here today, is it okay with you if we refer to this as the Ruud farm?
Yes.
All right. And can you tell us what you did when you first got to the Ruud farm on July 20th of 2017?
Whenever I first got there, we had several responders, first responders that showed up, and we started conducting, it was an 80-acre farm, and we started conducting a search of the whole property.
Okay. And can you describe those search efforts that were undertaken by you and your office and on that day?
We walked it. The first day we walked it. It was about 103 degrees, and the guys just walked. We formed a line and just walked through the woods.
How many agencies were involved in this search?
Ozark County Sheriff's Department. I had the Missouri State Highway Patrol come in, and Theodosia first responders.
And did you assign some particular deputies to investigate Savannah's disappearance?
Yes, Chief Deputy Winston Collins and Deputy Curtis Dobbs.
And was a helicopter used on that day to search for Savannah?
I'm sorry.
Was a helicopter used on that day?
Yes, I made contact with Lieutenant Rick Lucy with the Mountain Home Sheriff's Department, Baxter County Sheriff's Department, and they assisted us by bringing their helicopter up, and they flew the area. Also, I used one of my deputies as a pilot. He's got a plane, and he also flew over the area.
And were your search efforts at all successful in locating Savannah on that day?
No, it was not.
All right. And when I say Savannah, is that the missing juvenile that y'all were looking for on that day?
Yes.
Savannah Leckie?
Yes.
All right. And did you go back out to the property on July 25th?
Yes.
All right. And was another search of that property conducted on that day?
Yes.
Were some cadaver dogs brought out on July 25th?
Yes.
All right. And what was the weather like? Do you recall?
It was humid. It was anywhere from 100 to 103 degrees.
All right. And was that search at all successful on that day, on the 25th?
Without looking at notes, I can't remember if that's the day that I found Savannah, or if it was the day or the next time after that.
Okay. But you went out to the property on a later date, right?
Yes.
Several times.
Yeah.
All right. Do you recall going out to the property again on July 27th?
There were several days we went out there, yes. I looked over the report, and July 27th was the day we was out there.
Okay. Was that a day where you received consent to search from the defendant?
Yes.
And was the entirety of the property once again searched on that day?
Yes.
And was anything located, was the missing juvenile located on the 27th?
No.
All right. I'm going to direct your attention to August 4th of 2017. You remember August 4th?
Yeah.
All right. And was this, do you recall why, did you recall if you went to the property again on August 4th?
Yes.
And why did you go to the property on August 4th?
The investigation started to turn a little bit then from a missing person to maybe something else. I just had the feeling that this investigation was turning. And that's whenever I told Deputy Dobbs to try to secure a search warrant, because I didn't think Miss Ruud would let us back on the property.
All right. And did Deputy Dobbs manage to secure a search warrant?
Yes, he did.
All right. And were you part of that team that went out there to serve that search warrant?
Yes, I was.
And when you arrived to the property that day, was the property locked up?
Yes, the gate was locked with the padlock on it, and I had Deputy, I think it was Tiffany Neal, call Miss Ruud. Finally got her on the phone, and she said she'd be up the gate a little bit, and she wasn't going to allow us on the property.
So was there an attempt to get a consent search done that day?
Yes, there was.
And Miss Ruud didn't provide her consent?
No, she did not.
But you still have the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so was the padlock opened by Miss Ruud, or did it, or someone
Your
else?
Honor, I think I'm gonna object. I mean, he's kind of let this go for a while, but he just keeps leading the witness. He's telling the story instead of letting the witness tell the story. I think that's what we're supposed to do.
Your Honor, I'm not leading the witness. The questions I'm asking do not suggest an answer.
Now they give the answer, it's not suggested.
Well, they do kind of suggest the answer, Mr. Brown. He's just answering yes or no. Is that what happened next? Versus the other way is, well, how did you get on the property?
All right, Judge, I'll rephrase the question.
Okay.
Yes. Did you enter the property that day?
Yes,
Can you tell us how you got on the property?
I executed a search warrant.
Okay. Did you forcibly get on the property, or did someone let you in?
Well, I have a master key, which is a bolt cutter, and she decided to unlock the gate and let us in with the search warrant.
Were there cadaver dogs present on that day?
Pardon me?
Were there cadaver dogs present for that search
Yes.
warrant? And were there? How many people were there for this search, for the execution of the search warrant?
We had several members from my staff. We had 3 members from the Missouri State Highway Patrol and first responders.
Did you divide those people up into teams?
Yes,
And were they assigned to search different locations?
yes.
And where did you go that day?
You know, I was in a side-by-side with my chief deputy, and I had him drop me off at the bottom of a hill, and I walked back in through the woods.
Okay. And there are many hills on this property?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh,
And do you recall? Strength. Do you know if the cadaver dogs ever hit on
Your Honor,
anything?
again, I'm going to object. He's asking him questions about what is happening instead of asking him to tell. He's giving him the answer.
I'm
to the
not
question.
giving him the answers, Mr.
I'll
Ball.
overrule that one. It's unlike the gate one. This is a little bit different.
Do you know if the cadaver dogs ever hit anywhere on the property?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And can you tell us about that?
I'll tell you the whole thing. I was walking through the woods. I knelt down and prayed, like I do often. I got up and I walked up to this opening, and I seen a great big cedar pile. And I just stood there at the edge, just kind of watching the things that surroundings. And I seen a cadaver dog coming down the hill. The cadaver dog went up to the cedar pile. He pawed the cedar pile and then sat and stared at me for a couple minutes and then run off. Joe Masello, the owner of the cadaver dog, come walking down the hill, and I walked up to him and I said, "What will your dog do when it hits on gets a strong hit?" He said he'll paw it.
Right.
I'll stop you right there.
Okay. Ask another question.
Yes. Did you see the dogs react in some way?
Yes,
Okay. And after the dog reacted, was another dog brought in?
yes,
And did you see that dog react in some way?
yes.
All right. And at that point, could you describe this pile that you saw?
It was a very, very large, fresh green cedar that had been piled up pretty high. I had the crew measure the circumference of the pile and also the height of the pile.
Okay. And do you recall how high was that pile?
I don't recall how high it was. I know it was a big pile.
Okay. Sheriff Reed, I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 24. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
All right, what is that?
That is a pile of cedar.
Okay, was that the pile from the search on this day?
Yes, it was.
Was that the pile where the dogs reacted?
Yes, it was.
All right. At this time, Judge, I'm going to move to admit State's Exhibit 24 into evidence.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I don't believe he's got the foundation on that photograph.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of that cedar pile on that day?
Yes, it was.
At this time, I'll move to admit State's Exhibit 24.
Okay.
I want to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 25. Can you tell us what that's a photo of?
That's a photo. I instructed Deputy Dobbs to take photographs of everything that was going on. And that is Sergeant Warren Wiedemann holding the tape measure up high. This is another Highway Patrol female that was there assisting him.
Okay. And is this to show how tall this cedar pile was?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of that cedar pile on that day?
Yes, it is.
All right. At this time, State will move to admit State's Exhibit 25.
Admitted.
All right. Can you tell us about the was that cedar pile disassembled?
Yes, it was.
All right. Can you tell us about the process of disassembling that cedar pile?
Okay, I instructed, there was about 6 of us, and I got in there along with them, and we removed the cedar off, to another location.
Okay. And was it preserved at another location?
Yes,
And was this what was the purpose in disassembling the cedar pile?
I had a feeling that we would have something there at the bottom of that cedar pile.
Okay. And was something located at the bottom of the cedar pile?
Yes, it was.
Can you tell us what was located?
There was a ash burn that was probably 6 foot in length and 4 foot in width.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 26. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
That was at the bottom of the burn pile, the ash.
And that's that ash pile you were referring to?
Yes.
And are you in that photograph?
I think that is my secret.
Okay. Is that with a walking stick?
Yes,
All right. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the ash pile on that day?
yes.
All right. At this time, Judge, we would move to admit State's Exhibit 26.
No objection.
Admitted.
When you got to the bottom of the ash pile, did you locate any objects?
Yes, it did.
All right. Could you tell us about that?
We had looked around there. I think Sergeant Warren Wiedemann had looked and was kind of determined that there wasn't much there. And it was a hot day, and the cadaver dogs, they needed to use them in other locations. I had a walking stick because of a recently broken back and also broken neck. So I had a walking stick I was using out in the woods that day. And Deputy Dobbs was standing beside me. I picked up the stick and put it down into the ash, and up popped a bone.
Something you recognized as a bone?
Yes,
All right. Yeah, I think so. And did you say anything to Deputy Dobbs when you noticed that?
I'm sorry. I asked Deputy Dobbs I said, what's that look like to you? He said, looks like a
Yeah.
bone.
Without telling me what he said, did you recognize it as anything?
Yes.
All right. What do you recognize it as?
I recognized it as a bone.
All right. Show you. Let's show you what I've marked as States Exhibit 27. Can you identify that for us, please?
Those are bones.
Okay. Multiple bones?
Yes,
And were those located in the ash pile on that day?
yes, they were.
And did Deputy Dobbs package those up for evidence?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And as far as you know, were those eventually sent off for some sort of analysis?
Yes, I know we took a picture of the bone that I found and sent it to an anthropologist.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate representation of those bones you found on that day?
Yeah.
All right. At this time, Judge, the state will move to admit States Exhibit 27.
No objection.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Oh, yes. Were there any other objects found other than bones?
Yes, it was.
Can you tell us what else was located?
We found a button, a jean button.
Okay.
I think it was a ducky button, I believe.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as States Exhibit 28. Can you identify that for us, please?
That is the button we found in the pile.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of that button that was found in the pile on that day?
Yes, it is.
All right. At this time, we'll move to admit States Exhibit 28.
No objection.
Be admitted.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as States Exhibit 29. Can you identify that for us, please?
Yes, that I believe is a three-piece finger bone.
Was that from the burn pile?
Yes.
All right. Is that a fair and accurate representation of that finger bone,
Yes, it is.
or what you believe to be a finger bone?
Yes, it is.
All right. From that burn pile?
Yes.
All right. I want to move to admit States Exhibit 29.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Sheriff Reed, did you have occasion to be in Springfield, Missouri in September 2017 and attempt to arrest the defendant?
Yeah.
Could you tell us about that?
I got information that her and her new husband was leaving the area. I contacted Springfield CID division and told them what I had and that she was going to be at the Greyhound bus station. And they put two undercover detectives inside the bus station, and me and my chief deputy stayed out in the weeds.
Okay. And did you observe the defendant enter the bus station?
Yes,
All right. And was the defendant arrested at that time?
yes, I placed her under arrest for the charges.
Okay. Was she placed on a 24-hour hold at that time?
Yeah.
Did she make any statements prior when she was approached by law enforcement?
The only thing she said to me was, what am I charged with?
Okay. And did you advise her of any charges?
Yeah.
What did you advise her of?
Murder.
And anything after that?
It was a pretty quiet ride from Springfield to Janesville.
And did she have anything in her possession when she was arrested?
Yes, she did.
Do you recall what those things were?
Luggage, it just looked like all of her personal belongings.
Did one of your deputies seize those items from her upon her arrest?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, will pass the witness.
No.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Reed, I want to get into a little bit of the state. I don't believe got into some things that I want to ask some questions about. And is it okay if I call you Mr. Reed?
That's fine.
Okay. And so one of the things that I want to ask you about is I don't believe that they got into whether you had any training or experience as law enforcement.
Yes, I have.
And what was that?
I've been trained by the FBI as a major crime scene investigator and also reconstructionist. I've had the law enforcement training through the Missouri Sheriff's Association in every core area that is required. I've been certified through Glenn Foster in Columbus, Ohio as a interviewer, also kinetic interviewing. I'm also an advanced certified computer voice stress analysis examiner. I'm just trained in several fields. I don't know, probably 4,500 hours of specialized training.
So to begin all of that training, where did you begin your career?
I began my career at the Howe County Sheriff's Department as a deputy whenever I turned 21 years old. That was 1984.
Okay. And at that time, did you go to schooling to become a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So throughout all this training that you've talked about, were you trained on writing reports,
Yes.
making sure those were accurate?
Yes.
The importance of accuracy
Yes.
in writing reports. Okay. And so I want to kind of go then to, I'm going to go ahead and jump to July 20th. Now, did you take the initial call of the missing person, or were you called by someone?
Chief Deputy Winston Collins, I think no, I take that back. I think Deputy Nick Jones took the initial call. And then he contacted Deputy Collins, who responded to the scene, who in turn called me.
Okay. Did he call you from the scene?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so you said, I believe you said you were in Columbia, so it took you a couple hours to get back to
Yes.
Ozark County.
Yes.
Okay. And did you go straight to the property, the Ruud property?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And so was the search already started
Yes.
by the time you got there?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you just join in the search, or what did you do?
I just joined in on the search, trying to find Savannah.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about what you did during that search?
Just walking through the woods and the fields and looking at everything, under everything, trying to find her.
Okay. On that date, did you look through well, let me ask you this. There's a structure, a building on that property, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's also a camper on that property. Okay. Did you look through the camper?
I don't think I was involved in the search of the camper or the building until later a few days later or a
Okay.
couple days later.
So so as far as you know, all the search was walking the property?
Yes,
So no one did search inside those buildings?
yes, deputies, I believe, looked inside the building.
Okay. And that would have been important to have in a report if they had looked inside the buildings, correct?
Yeah,
So then I want to talk about, looks like from the police report that was provided to us that the next time you were on the property was July 24th. Do you have a dispute about that? So we were started the 20th, and then there's 4 days, and that's the next time that you're on the property.
you know, I wanted to think that we was on that property to begin with every day. I'd have to look at the reports and see.
So if the reports don't reflect that, do you have some reason to think that the reports are wrong?
If the report says we wasn't not there, then we was not there.
Well, I'm talking just about you specifically, not the others.
You know what, I can't testify to that. I know we was there, on July the 20th. I know we was there the next day. And
Okay, again, like I said, though, I'm not asking about we, I'm just
Yeah.
asking about you. I know, I
Me.
have questions for the
Me.
other officers, yeah.
Me.
So just for you, okay, so you believe you were there the next
Yeah.
day? Okay. So I want to go, so I want to, from what so there's a lack of report that says that you individually were there any other days other than the 20th and then going to the 24th.
You know, Counselor, I have to tell you that I was focused on trying to find a missing 16-year-old girl. And whether there's a report that I was out there walking through the woods, I don't have any idea.
So,
I
but,
can't testify to that.
okay, but it wouldn't be, again, wouldn't that be something that is important to have in a report?
Your Honor, ask an answer.
I was focused on finding Savannah, and whether somebody put it in a report or not, do not have a clue. Whether I put it in a report or not, I do not have a clue. So it may not be in a report.
Okay. On July 24th, which in the report is the next time that you are indicated to being out there. So that's what we're going to jump to.
Okay.
Did you go out on the property that day? Did you walk around the property that day?
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what you did on the 24th?
Yeah, I'll tell you. I'm sure it was just searching. I think that's when we started, you know, there was beacon burns throughout the property. I know the back side of the property was searched real heavily. I know there was a neighbor that lived way back behind her, probably, I never measured it, but it was quite a ways, and I know we went back and checked with him. We checked, seems like there was a dump pile that was on another piece of property that we searched, that we looked at. And I can't remember if July 24th was, there was a total of 3 or 4 search warrants that was executed. There may have been, was there, can I ask if there was a search warrant executed on that?
You can ask, I can't tell you that, but I can
Yeah.
provide you with a copy of your report if you would like to
I would
review
really-
it.
I'd really appreciate it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
It's okay.
All right.
I've seen it.
All right. I'm going to have you just look through that. I don't want you to kind of read off of it or talk about it. I just want you to kind of look through that. You can look at the dates and see what's going on through that, okay?
If we want to take a break, I mean, it's like, that looks like 15, 20 pages. Forward. I don't know how quickly you'll find whatever it is you're at.
And it's 40 pages, so.
Well, why don't we take a break and let him go through the report versus every time he says, can I see the report? We don't go through.
That's fine, Your Honor.
It's fine.
So let's go off the record. Let me know when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're using letters. Okay.
I guess keep it going.
You didn't say. Because they're not good. Oh,
Did he say how long?
No, he didn't. He just said,
About a court or a date, and then I ask you if reviewing the report would help refresh your recollection about the event. And have you done that?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
I just got that in order.
Sorry.
You're gonna slip the ball that goes.
Yeah.
Okay, now, finding your report.
Now let's find it again.
Yeah, take another break.
Okay, so on the 24th, what I was asking before was what types of things did you do on the property on the 24th?
On the 24th, there was another consent to search the trailer. And that's when, at that, I Mirandized Miss Ruud and Mr. Pete. And then was asking them questions just in case, because things just wasn't really adding up.
Okay, and so did you? And I want to make sure that I got this right. This was a consent search. She had actually told you that yes, it was fine to come on the
Yes,
property. Okay,
yes.
and during that time you talked to them, but did you actually look around the property, look into things,
Yeah.
that type of thing?
My deputies did.
Okay, but you yourself just talked to them. Is
Yeah,
that correct?
That is
Okay.
correct.
Was there a person that, other than yourself, did you designate someone to be kind of in charge of this investigation?
Yeah.
Or was that you?
I was in charge of the whole investigation, and then it would have been Chief Deputy Winston Collins.
Okay. And, okay. Now, from what I could review of what I reviewed in the police report, it next says that you were back out to the property, you yourself, not everybody, but maybe everybody, but I'm just talking about you yourself.
Yeah.
We're back at the property on July 25th.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall if there were other people there that day?
Deputy Winston Collins and Deputy Kurt Dobbs.
Okay. And were there some dogs there that day?
Yes.
Okay. And who brought those dogs?
That was a K9 unit. I can't remember where they was from, but they had dogs that they was running, and it was unsuccessful because it was so hot. The dogs wasn't.
Were these cadaver dogs, or were they a different type of dog?
I think it's search dog.
Okay, so they weren't actually looking for a body,
Right.
a deceased body.
Yeah.
Okay, so they were unsuccessful in finding
Finding anything.
anything? Okay. And I want to ask you, you went through a lot of training that you had. Are you trained as a dog handler and for cadaver dogs or any of those types of dogs?
No, I am not.
Okay. Do you know, or I don't know where you were at in the property on the 25th. Did you observe the dogs?
I seen them just for a little bit whenever they released the dogs.
Where did they release the dogs from?
I think they released them down in the lower part of, that would be on the northwest section of the property. It was like a creek area or something, or it was just a low area.
Is that near the structure, the building and the camper?
Maybe an eighth of a mile.
Okay. And so you think they released them there? Is that when you saw them?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't see them any other time?
No.
So you don't know where they went?
I know they was checked. They was on the northwest section of the property.
But you don't know if they went, how far they went, where they
No.
went? Okay. Were they given something that would have, were they given anything to be able to search?
I can't testify to that.
Okay. And you don't know whether or not they were ever brought to the camper or the building,
What was brought back?
the dogs?
Oh, no, I don't know.
Okay.
I know they said it was just too hot for the dogs to work.
Okay. And where were you, what did you do on that day?
I was probably up there talking to Miss Ruud and Mr. Pete
Okay. And that would have been where at on the property?
up at the, just in the front grounds of where the building would be.
Okay. And then the next date that I show in the report that is that you yourself were there again was on July 27th. Do you recall being there on that day?
I'm trying to think. I know I was there.
Okay. Were you given consent to search by Ruud on that day?
Yes.
And what did you do on that day? What were you doing there on that day?
I know I talked to Miss Ruud. More searching, I think, just looking for clues or something of Savannah.
Were you 99% sure what had happened? And this would have been, I can actually even tell you.
That's probably that the body had been burnt.
That was on 6/14 of 2018. So that was before you the search and found the bones or anything. No. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. It was after. Okay. But had you talked to anybody yet at that point in time that had told you for sure what had happened? Or is that just another, what you had a feeling of?
It's a part of the investigation.
Okay. Did you have any physical evidence that as to actually how she got out there to that burn pile? Okay. And again, at that time, you didn't actually know it was Savannah in the burn pile.
Well,
Let me rephrase that. You didn't know about evidence, actual physical evidence or actual evidence that you had a report on that said this is Savannah.
yeah, I think there is. Was it the teeth? The teeth was from an X-ray that Savannah had. The teeth were checked by an odontologist, and there was no doubt with him that was Savannah's teeth.
The actual report, I believe, and I don't know if you've seen have you seen the actual report from
I'm sure I have.
I believe that the actual report from the odontologist indicates that they couldn't rule it out, but they didn't say it was, or is that correct?
I was told that it was.
So who told you that?
There was two odontologists, and I can't remember which one, but that's whenever I announced it was Savannah Lakeview.
Did you get reports from both of those people?
Yeah, I'm sure there's reports.
And you think that in one of those reports it says that it's for sure her?
I'm pretty sure there is.
Okay. Would you have given that report to the state if you got that report that said that?
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to go through a couple more things here. So I'm going through a couple more dates now. So this is a long process, correct?
It is.
Okay.
There's a long investigation.
On August 8th of 2017, do you recall what part you played on that date in regard to this investigation?
August 8th was regards to,
What you did in regards to, did you transport bones?
Yeah.
Fragments, okay. And where did you transport those
to Mark Berry at Columbia University.
Okay. And let's move on to August 9th of 2017. Did you go out to the Ruud property again that day?
Could have not had this game.
Okay.
I'm not real good on the dates. I couldn't tell you what I had.
I understand. So you wouldn't know if you went back out on the 9th, which is after the bones were found, what you would have been searching for at that point?
It was very, very important to me that every bone of Savannah was taken off that hill. That was very, very important to me, and I wanted to make sure we got all of Savannah off that hill.
Okay. And then on 8/16 of 2017, did you interview a group of firefighters?
Now, what date was that?
August 16th of 2017?
Did I meet with a bunch of?
Did you interview some firefighters? You may not have met with them in a group, but actually, I was going to ask, how did you meet with them?
I would go to where they was at. I think Michael Williams was a first responder. We went to the ready mix place there in Isabella and talked to him about, what he knew about the fire calls and there was a fire chief that was talked to. I can't remember what his name is. I do. It was Norman Jarrett.
Okay.
He's now passed away.
And I'm not going to ask you about each individual one of what they said. What I'm curious about is, were they in a group when you talked to them, or were they individual?
No, individual.
Okay. And so you were just interviewing them about what they knew about the fire that had been reported by
That is correct.
Ruud? Okay. Now I'm going to kind of jump way ahead in time, because it's the next thing that I actually see from the reports, and it's actually not quite in the report, but there's a supplement, that you had a phone call with someone named Kathy Hill from Taney County Jail.
I don't think I was the one that actually talked to her on the phone. I think I went and talked to her in person.
Okay, so if there's a recording of you talking to her on the phone, would you doubt that?
No.
Okay. But you did go and see her in person?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if that recording, audio and video recorded?
Yes.
Or that interview, okay.
Yes.
Now, I assume the state's gonna call her, so I can't get you to tell me what she said exactly. But before you went to the jail to talk to her, did you do any investigating into her history?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you ask anybody else too that was with you?
Chief Deputy Winston Collins was with me, and I don't know what extent he done on background investigation.
Okay. did you find out, did you find out before you went, what she was doing, what she was in custody for at that time?
You know, I don't know I can't remember what she was in custody.
Okay, so you didn't actually, but again, you didn't find out before you went, but do you think you might have found out when you got there?
Yes.
When you talked to her?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you find out before you went that she was also in trouble for bringing drugs into the jail?
It's possible.
But you don't recall?
No.
Okay. So there was, as far as you know, no criminal history of Kathy Hilton was performed before you went to talk to her?
I couldn't testify to that.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm almost done with questions for you. I do want to actually kind of jump back. And I want to, are the exhibits still up there, Your Honor? What? 27? Okay, approach. I want to show you what state marked as state exhibit number 27. And see if you recall that, right?
Yes.
And you identified that?
Yes.
Can you tell me who's holding the bones in that picture? Do you know?
I think that's Deputy Curtis Dawes.
Okay. Now, during your training and experience, and there's a lot that you have went into, were you talked to about how to handle evidence?
I think those were sent to the Mark Berry.
Okay. What I'm actually asking you though is, when you're on a scene and you're handling evidence, were you told how to handle evidence? Were you taught how to handle evidence?
Yeah.
Were your deputies taught how to handle evidence?
Yes.
Is that hand gloved?
No.
Is that a standard practice to not have gloves on when you're handling evidence?
Usually you have gloves on.
Okay, thank you. May I have just a moment, Aaron? May I have just one moment?
Yep.
I think I have nothing further for this one, Sharon.
Sheriff Reed, when you went out to the property on August 4th, did you eventually call in an expert to come help you disassemble that burn pile?
Yes.
Was that Dr. Mark Beery?
Yes, it was.
All right. And did Dr. Beery come to the Ruud farm at some point?
Yes.
And what happened when he came to the farm? How was that on the 4th, or was that another day?
No, it was that day that I contacted him. He come down and we spent hours gridding, making a grid of that area.
I'm going to show you what it marked as State's Exhibit 30. Could you identify that for us, please?
That's the surrounding of where the brush was piled up and removed.
And was that after all the brush was removed from the pile?
Yes.
And why is it fenced off like that?
Just so nobody will contaminate that area until Mr. Berry arrives.
After Mr. Berry arrived, is that when you did this grid procedure?
Yes,
All right. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the burn pile on that day?
yes,
All right. Or what was the disassembled pile, rather?
right.
Yes. At this time, Judge, move to admit States 30.
No objection.
Be admitted. Now I want to go over this quote in the paper that you gave. They showed little interest but moved on pretty quick. Do you have any experience as a dog handler?
No,
All right. In that 4,500 hours of law enforcement, did you ever do any dog handling training?
no.
All right. How many missing persons have you worked on? How many missing person cases have you worked on in the entirety of your career?
I could not tell you a number. It's been several,
Okay.
37 years.
All right. In your experience as a law enforcement officer and working those types of cases, is it likely to find a missing person alive after a couple days?
Sometimes you do. It just depends on if they actually did run away or.
And between the time Savannah was reported missing on July 20th of 2017 and the August 4th search, were there any signs of Savannah through your searches?
The only thing that I got that kind of got me a little excited was somebody said that somebody that looked like her was in a convenience store. They had a video of it. A deputy up there in that area where the sheriff won, they went to that scene and said, no, that was not her.
All right. During the course of the investigation, did you learn about a fire that had occurred at the property before Savannah was reported missing?
Yes, I did.
What day did that occur on? Do you recall?
I can't recall.
Okay, no problem. And regarding the search warrants, did you apply for those search warrants or did one of your deputies apply?
One of the deputies, what?
So they would have written the affidavit for the search warrant?
That is correct.
Right. And this offense occurred 5 years ago. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Sometimes hard to. Is your memory not what it was 5 years ago as it is today?
It's, I'll be honest with you, I tried to put this out of my mind because it really disturbed me very, very much.
No further questions.
Yeah, sure. Just how? Do you know of a report that was written or either by you or at your direction by one of your deputies that spoke about this possible sighting and then a recording and any of that? Do you know if that was in any report?
I don't have any idea. I haven't really researched that and seen.
Okay. Now, you were the chief, were you chief or sheriff?
I'm sure.
Okay, I'm sorry. As sheriff, and especially as the person who was basically in charge of this investigation, is it not your job or duty to know what is being done by your deputies?
They kept me well informed of everything that was going on.
So,
I was with them most of the time.
okay, so if they applied for a search warrant, you would have known they were going to do that.
That is correct.
And would they have discussed with you what things they were going to put in there to ask for the search warrant?
Yeah.
What they're going to look for?
Yeah.
Okay, so you would have known about it?
Yeah.
Okay. Just one second, Your Honor.
Okay.
for the eye.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Sheriff, may I step down? Thank you.
May he be excused from his subpoena?
I think so.
I
I
don't
think
think
you're
it's
right on it, it's not like we can't find him. So,
I have no objection to that.
All right.
Thank you, thank you.
And Judge, since he is excused from the subpoena, can he remain in the courtroom?
that's fine. Now, if there will be a problem, if you want to call it back, after all, definitely call it.
I have no intent to call him back.
Let's just take that.
That's fine. Later, when you're old. Why can't you testify about everything you're
Right.
okay, really is really incredible to me. If he does that, so, okay, your next witness.
Call Michael Williams, please.
Really want to make sure. You swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Will you repeat it?
Please work. Mr. Williams, would you state your full name for us, please?
Michael Wagner Williams,
Where do you live, Mr. Williams?
Davis, Missouri.
And are you employed, sir?
Yes. West Plains program.
How long have you lived in Theodosia?
20 years.
In addition to your employment at West Plains Propane, do you do any volunteer work with the community?
I've been on the fire department for 20 years.
And which fire department is that?
Theodosia.
And what's your position with the fire department?
Just firefighter now.
I want to direct your attention back to, well, specifically to July 18 of 2017. Were you with the fire department at that time?
Yes.
And were you employed at that time?
Yes.
Who'd you work for then?
Isabella Ready Mix.
What'd you do for the ready mix?
I'm a driver, mechanic.
A little bit of everything?
Yeah.
And in your employment with Theodosia Ready Mix, did you have occasion to know the defendant in this case, Rebecca Ruud?
Yes.
How'd you know Rebecca Ruud?
She worked with us.
And what did the defendant do for the Ready Mix?
Driver.
Is that a pretty physical job?
Can be, yeah.
You see her doing physical
Yeah.
work on the job? She seem capable of doing those kind of things?
Yeah.
Did you also know the defendant's biological daughter, Savannah Leckie?
Once she got down there, yeah.
Do you remember when she got down there?
No.
Have you seen her more than one time?
Seen her a few times.
Mayor Pro Tem Sharon.
But
Let me show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 1. Can you tell us who's depicted in that photograph?
Stanley.
Does that fairly accurately show the way that Savannah looked at the time you were in 2017?
Yep.
You're not going to offer State's Exhibit number 1?
Good minute.
All right, Mr. Williams, let's talk about that day, July 18 of 2017. Did you get a phone call from the defendant that day?
Yes, ma'am, for sure.
Where were you when you got the phone call?
I was at work. I was building on a screening plant
Do you remember about what time of the day it was?
this afternoon, 3-5-ish, sometime in there.
You said you were the captain of the fire department at that time?
At that time, yes, sir.
To your knowledge, did the defendant have any involvement with fire departments?
Yeah, she was doing the books and she was volunteer at that time too.
With Theodosia?
Yes,
So you worked with her fires also?
yes, sir.
Did she also go out and fight fires?
Yes, sir.
Is you capable physically of
Yeah.
doing the hard work you guys did fighting fires?
Yeah.
And when you get that phone call, well, let me ask you this first. Typically, how does the Steve Ocean Volunteer Fire Department get dispatched to a fire?
From Ozark County, they dispatch us out over our radio frequency.
Is that required?
Yeah, we can't just jump in our trucks and go.
You guys call that tone out?
Yes.
So if you don't get the tone out, you can't go to the fire.
Right.
And when you got this call from the defendant on the afternoon of July 18 of 2017, what did she tell you?
That she had a fire going, and as I understood it, that it was in her hay garden.
In her what?
Hay.
Okay. And were you familiar with the farm she was working at that time?
Yeah.
Where was the hay kept?
Inside the big shop / house.
Okay, so the hay would have been inside the structure.
Yes.
So do you interpret that as a structure fire?
Yes.
Is there a difference between a structure fire and a brush fire when you deploy?
Yeah, we take different equipment.
So when she called you, you hadn't been toned out, right?
Right.
So what did you tell her?
That she needed to call down so that we could get turned out, but I told her I'd go ahead and head to the firehouse.
Because the defendant was involved with the fire department, did she have knowledge that you had to be toned out?
Probably.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object, that calls for speculation.
Say,
The fact that she called you first.
Right.
But you did eventually get toned out?
yes.
And do you remember about what time? Well, did you go to the fire?
Yes.
And what vehicle did you take?
I drove the tanker.
Describe the tanker for us.
It holds 2,000 gallons of water. It's got a pump so we can hook to the other trucks and keep filling them with water.
Big truck?
Yeah.
Like, how many tons? Bigger than a 1-ton pickup,
Oh, yeah.
but
Yeah,
smaller
it's
than a
a-
semi?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's a bobtail.
okay. Oh, it's bobtail semi?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you normally take that tanker to a brush fire?
Not normally, no.
But you thought you were going to a structure fire?
Yes, sir.
And describe where you come from the ready mix in Isabella,
Yes.
right? Describe how you get to the farm where the defendant was working at that time.
So you would have headed west on 160, about 7 miles from where I was at. You turn north on 95, go 1.5, 2 miles, hit County Road to the left. I don't know the numbers. And you'll go a little way.
That county road, is it paved?
No.
Is it graded?
Somewhat.
Could you take that big truck on that county road?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. From there, where do you go?
Go up a little ways again, make a right onto another county road, go about 2 miles, and then turn to the left onto another county road, and then go a couple hundred yards and left into the first gate section to get into the farm.
So we're pretty much out in deepest, darkest Ozark County,
Ma'am, yeah, pretty much.
up in the hills.
Yep.
All right, once you get to the gate, where do you go?
You crest the hill, start to go down, go through the gate to get into her property, go down to the creek bottom, and then go back up top of the hill where the fire was at.
Okay, is there a road or a driveway from the gate to where the fire was at?
There's a driveway,
And what kind of shape is it in?
washed out,
How long is that driveway?
half mile, 3/4 mile maybe. Not for sure.
So it's 3/4 of a mile from even the gate,
Yeah.
and that's on the county road?
Yep.
Okay. Were you able to get that big tanker truck up there?
No, I was only able to get it to the top of the hill between the two gate sections.
And why couldn't you get any further?
It wouldn't have made it up the other side.
All right, so what did you do when you got there?
I parked the truck up there, jumped into the brush truck with, I think it was Bob was the one driving at that time,
You know Bob's last name?
Bogart.
Okay.
And then we proceeded on up the hill.
And did you see anybody when you first got on the property?
Just Reba, she was there directing us to where the fire was at, up there in front of the house, why.
Did you notice anything about her at that time?
No,
Okay. Did you talk to her at that time?
No.
So you went up to the fire, and was it actually a structure fire?
no, it was just a brush fire.
Okay. And how big was the brush fire?
About double the size of this room.
Okay. And were you able to put the fire out?
Yeah.
How long did that take?
Hour, maybe.
What was the weather like that day? You guys normally wear, I'm gonna use the term bunker gear, than anything else, big coats and stuff when you do brush fires? No. Would you have worn it that day?
No.
Was it too hot to wear that kind of gear?
Yeah.
You know about how many firefighters were up there?
There's 5 or 6 of us, I'd say.
In relation to the shop/house that you were describing before, where would you describe this area of the fire at?
Southeast, maybe 100 yards, 150 yards.
Uphill, downhill, not uphill? Okay, so it's uphill, 150 yards away?
Yeah, something like that.
How close did it get to the house?
That's about it.
150 yards away?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get much out of that area.
How many firefighters did you have up there by fire? Your call?
Four or 5 of us was up there.
Was Tim Jeffrey one of those guys?
I think so.
Robert Pete Sr.?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to the nature of the question. He's obviously suggesting the answer.
Yeah, I'll move on to it. After you done putting the fire out, what'd you do?
We headed all back onto the hill to where the house was at, and Reba and Pete Sr. was at.
Did you have any conversation with the defendant at that time?
At that time, we did. We were stopping to check on him.
Stopping to check on him?
Mhm.
Why were you stopping to check on him?
Because in the course of fighting the fire, we had found out that she had got burned.
Okay. And did you see any injuries on her?
I'd seen some blisters on her arm at that point in time.
Did anybody treat those injuries?
Pete Sr. was.
Was there, you said it was really hot that day?
Mhm.
Was there any discussion about getting a drink of water?
Yeah, we had asked if we could get some water. Me and John Lucas.
And who'd you ask?
I really don't remember. I don't know if it was her, if it was Junior.
Okay. And did somebody respond to that request?
Junior started to head us down there, and then she started telling us no.
Who's she?
Miss Ruud.
The defendant.
Yes, sir.
How did she say no? I mean, was it normal voice?
No,
Loud
I
voice?
mean, she was saying no, don't go down there.
Did she say why you couldn't go down there?
And she said Savannah was laying in the camper with trying to cool off, didn't have any clothes on, the windows were open.
Did you see Savannah that day?
No, I did not.
Did the defendant say where Savannah was?
Just in the camper.
Okay. Did you see the camper?
Yeah.
And what relation to the building was the camper?
Maybe 30, 40 feet off the building.
This would have been late afternoon?
Yeah.
Sun still out?
Barely, but yeah.
Was the camper in the sun?
I don't know at that point in time.
Did you tell whether the camper was open?
I couldn't tell, no.
Did you get any close to the camper?
No.
So because the defendant told you not to go there?
Right.
Did the defendant say anything about how she injured her arm?
There was a log splitter.
There was a log splitter. Did you see a log splitter?
I did.
Where was it?
It was up by the greenhouse.
And how far is the greenhouse from the edge of the fire? the building and the fire.
Yeah.
75 yards away from where the fire was.
Yeah, somewhere around in there.
Can you describe the log splitter for us?
With green, I think.
How big is
Just your normal 2-ton, you can buy like a, farm stores.
it? Could first pick it up?
Yeah, I mean, it's on wheels, so you can pick it up and pull it.
Other than saying she was in the trailer, did the defendant say anything about Savannah's condition?
Not that I heard,
Did she say Savannah was injured?
not that I heard.
After you refused water at the scene, what did you do?
We all left.
All of you?
As far as I know, all of us, yes. At least all of us that was on state ocean.
Did you have occasion to go back to that farm a couple of days later? Why?
Because we got called out for search and rescue.
You get called out by whom?
As our accountant or several other people were called.
And what was the purpose of going out there at that time?
Savannah was missing at that time, thought she had ran away.
Did you talk to the defendant that day?
No.
Did you see her that day? No. Did you see Savannah that way?
No.
What did you do when you got out there on that would have been July 20th? What time of the day was that, sir?
I got the phone calls about, I don't know, mid-morning. That morning, I was in another town pouring concrete. I had to finish my day out. So it was 4-ish, I would say, when I showed up over there. Highway Patrol already had come in, set up there right after the first gate.
Was our county sheriff there as well?
Yes, they were there too.
And you know about how many folks were there?
A lot. I don't know, 30 to 50, I would say.
And this was what, law enforcement, sheriff's office, highway patrol, first responders, volunteers
Yeah.
like yourself?
Yeah.
And just neighbors, local people as well?
Pretty much everyone kicks in when something happens.
And what'd you do when you're out there?
I got on the John Luber's side by side, and we rode the county roads and tried to look in empty barns and houses and stuff like that.
How many days did you serve for them?
I don't remember. It's 2 or 3, I would say.
2 to 3 days?
I'd say.
At that time, during those 2-3 days when you had 50-some people out there searching, did you understand the defendant ever say that she had burned Savannah's body and left it up top of the hill?
No.
Y'all didn't know anything about that?
No.
You let believe that wasn't the case, right?
Right.
Did the vacation go out there at night as well?
One time,
And what was that purpose?
she called it a beacon fire.
What's a beacon fire?
When Savannah would see it and come back, because she liked fires, I guess.
That was out on that farm property?
Yes, sir.
How many folks were out there at that time?
Do what, I'm sorry.
How many folks were out there that night?
Five of us, maybe 6.
You didn't want that beacon, well, where was the beacon fire?
It was down at the bottom of the hill and down by the creek where they'd been doing some clearing of brush.
It was at the bottom of the hill? And it was meant so somebody could see from a distance?
If they were up higher than it, hopefully, yes.
It wasn't at the top.
No.
Your Honor, do you have the state's exhibits on the bench? I do. Can I approach see exhibits 24 and 25, please? So is to show you what's been offered evidence of State's Exhibit number 24. Did you see that pile of brush out near the fire site when you were by the fire on the 18th?
There was a couple of little piles like that around, they've been logging seed.
And exhibit number 25, see how big that was? Was there a big pile like that out there?
I don't remember that big pile.
So you've been around Savannah several times while she was alive?
A few times, yeah.
She around your children as well? She played with your children? What kind of kid was she?
Sweet little kid.
Did you ever see him depressed to you?
No, he was always happy.
Oh, thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Williams, I have a few questions for you.
Okay.
You did say that the fire was ultimately toned out, correct?
Yes.
And that's what permitted everyone to respond?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Williams, prior to July 18th of 2017, had you been at Reva's property?
Yes.
Okay, and did I understand that you testified that you were familiar where hay was stored?
Yes.
And it was your recollection that the hay was stored in the shop building?
Shop side, yes.
Okay. And was it also your testimony that when Ms. Ruud spoke to you, that she said or indicated that there was a fire going at the hay?
Yes.
And from there, did you take that to mean it was at the shop?
Yes.
Okay. And from that, you believed it was a structure fire?
I did, yes.
Okay.
And then when I come across the tone, that's how it was toned out too. So that's how they toned this out.
Okay. And they would be,
Ozark County.
when you say Ozark County, is that Ozark County? What's the
Dispatch.
agency?
I don't know. They call the sheriff's department and they dispatch. I don't know if it's 911, if it's something separate. I just.
All right. And Mr. Williams, I think that Mr. Garabrandt indicated that Ms. Ruud's property was, I think the quote was deepest, darkest Ozark County. Is that correct?
It's middle of nowhere, kind of like all of us, RP is.
Do you happen to know, in deepest, darkest Ozark, did you have cell phones?
Not very good.
Not very good? Did you try to use your phone while you were out there?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. And Mr. Williams, I think you stated that the brush fire on top of the hill was located roughly 150 yards from the shop and the camper, is that correct? Okay. And Mr. Williams, you also said that Ms. Ruud indicated that the injury, or the burn injury that she had taken place when she was trying to move a log splitter, is that correct? And I think you said that the log splitter was 50 or 75 yards from the fire.
Yeah, something like that.
And when you say from the fire, do you mean the active fire, or was there some evidence, like were there char marks or any evidence leading up to the log splitter?
No, it was from where the active fire was at.
Okay.
It didn't look to be burned or nothing around it.
Okay. Mr. Williams, you said that the beacon fire was at the bottom of the hill, correct? Okay. Does smoke rise from a fire regardless of whether it's at the top or bottom of the hill?
Yes, to an extent. I mean, it depends on how the downdrafts are, how high it goes up.
But generally, there's nothing about a fire being at the bottom of the hill that would prevent smoke from rising.
Things that I haven't seen.
Okay, gotcha. And Mr. Williams, I know that you indicated that, or Mr. Garabrand, I should say, asked you a few questions about the brush piles that were on the farm, correct? And you indicated, I think, on State's Exhibit, excuse me here. I believe he showed you State's Exhibits 24 and 25. State's Exhibits 24 and 25, and you indicated that you did recognize a pile of cedar in one of in Exhibit 24. Is that correct?
There were a couple of little piles of them there, yeah, where all the tops, they dropped on top of each other and cut the logs out of.
Okay. But I think on Exhibit 25, you testified that you weren't as certain about that one.
I don't remember seeing that big of one.
Okay. And Mr. Williams, when you were at Ms. Ruud's property for the search and rescue, were you really concentrating on piles of logs at that point? Was that your primary concern?
No, not that time. And actually, I never went on the property during the search and rescue. We were all staged up top and all searching the outer area at that point in time.
Okay. And Mr. Williams, obviously you've had training as a firefighter, and you've been called out to multiple fires in your 20 years as a firefighter, correct? So I'm gonna ask you if you can answer out loud, because the court reporter, it's hard to.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Whenever you respond to a call, are property owners typically in a good mood? Or are they stressed?
They're usually pretty stressed. Sometimes a little panic.
Okay. And you were just towed out to a fire out of control on Ms. Ruud's property, correct? And she'd been injured, correct?
I didn't find that out till later, but yes.
Okay, you did later learn that there was an injury. And did you learn the nature of that injury? As far as,
That she got burned, got a block splitter is what I was informed.
okay, and the weather that day was very hot. And Mr. Williams, you've met Savannah a few times.
Yes,
You've had some interactions with her.
yes.
Was Ms. Ruud typically with Savannah whenever you had
Yes.
interaction?
Yeah.
Was it out in public? Was it at the fire department? Could you describe where you were?
We were at the festivals. She brought her by work, introduced everybody out at their house. A little bit everywhere.
Okay. And Mr. Williams, I'm going to jump around a little bit here, but you indicated that you normally wouldn't have taken, I believe you were driving the tank, correct?
Yeah, I was driving the tanker.
And normally you wouldn't have taken the tanker to the type of fire it actually was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would you have taken a brush truck?
Yeah, brush truck's what we would have took if it was, jumped out as brush fire.
Was there actually a brush truck there?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Williams, as far as the beacon fire, was that just a gathering of people and not an active search at that point?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, thank you.
Just one more. Mr. Williams, is the person you know as Rebecca Ruud, is she in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point around and describe what she's wearing for the court, please? And what's she wearing?
White.
May the record reflect that the witness has identified the thing?
It will.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Anything else? We'll take that in the video. Thank you. Thank you, witness.
Tim Jeffrey, please.
So while you're getting the witness, tomorrow morning I have, pre-trial conferences for my jury trials next week, so plan on showing up about 9:30. Because I'll be from 8:30 to 9:30. Second thing, remember this is live streaming, that's not shut off when we leave the courtroom. Or when we go off the record, it is running 24/7. Come on up here. Come around here, sir. Come on up here. So raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So if you cheat.
Mr. Jeffrey, can you state your full name for us, please?
Timothy Jeffrey,
Where do you live, sir?
Theodosia,
How long have you lived in Theodosia?
about 30-something years.
And are you employed, sir?
No,
Retired?
no,
We want to talk about some events that occurred back in 2017. In July of that year, did you volunteer for some function with the community there in Theodosia?
yeah, the fire department.
And did you have some position with the fire department?
I was the fire chief at the time.
Were you employed anyplace else?
No,
At that time, in July of 2017, did you know the defendant in this case, Rebecca Ruud?
yes,
And how did you know the defendant?
she was a firefighter.
And outside of that, did you know her any other way socially? Did you know her daughter, Savannah Leckie?
Yeah,
All right, so I want to direct your attention to July 18 of 2017. That afternoon, did your occasion be toned out to a fire?
we did.
What were you doing when you got that tone?
I was cleaning hoses
Where?
at the firehouse.
Right there in Theodosia?
Yeah,
And how were you first informed about the fire?
I come in at the structure bars, so I grabbed the hoses was wet, so I grabbed new hoses and threw them on the truck and took off.
And where'd you go to?
Rebecca, where we was called to.
And were you familiar with that farm?
Nah, not really, but I've been there, yeah.
You've been there before?
I once,
How long did it take to get there from Theodosia?
about 15, 20 minutes,
And which vehicle were you in?
tanker,
Were you alone in the tanker?
Yeah.
What'd you see when you got there?
When I got there, board was at the road, flagged me down, and we went and where the brush fire was.
And that was Boyd Garrison,
Yeah,
another firefighter.
yeah,
And did you drive the tanker up to the scene of the fire?
yeah.
Before you got to the, well, you're the first firefighter to get to the fire itself.
Yeah,
And did you see the defendant before you got to the fire?
yeah.
Where was she?
When I come up by our house, she standing there by the road, flagged me to show where the fire was.
Now, was your understanding at that point it was a structure fire, right?
That's what was turned out to be.
Was it actually a structure fire?
No, it was a brush fire.
And you said the defendant directed you to the brush fire?
Yeah, showed me where it was.
And how far was that from any structure?
I really hard to say. Quite a ways.
And did you notice any injuries that the defendant had at that time?
Not at that time.
Did you learn some time later that she had an injury?
Yeah.
When was that?
I said they burned her arm.
I'm sorry, sir.
When I come down to do report,
Uh-huh.
her arm was burned.
Said you came down to do a report. What was that all about?
We got to fill out a fire report on everything. So,
And as a chief, that was your job?
yeah,
So you talked directly to the defendant?
yeah,
And you said she had a burn?
yeah,
Did you see the burn?
yeah.
Where was it?
On her arm.
How much of her arm was burned?
I can't remember her arm.
Did you say how she burned her arm?
She's trying to get chainsaws and stuff away from the bar.
Did you see any chainsaws?
No.
Did you see Savannah?
No.
Was there any discussion about Savannah?
That's where she was. She was in there taking a shower.
In where, sir?
In her camper.
Can you describe that camper for us?
Little camper.
Was it a pop-up camper? Have solid walls, like a trap trailer?
Just a little camper with no pop up.
Did you get close to the camper?
No.
Why not?
We was way down where the road with the fire was. We come off the road, we stopped right there. We're taking the truck towards an alley there.
Was there any discussion about getting a drink of water?
Yeah,
What was it like that day, the temperature?
I can't remember.
What was this discussion about getting water?
Somebody asked for water, and somebody said they had water in the cooler, so cold water. And then she said there was nobody, told nobody else going to the house, but the man was taking a shower.
Who said that?
Rebecca.
And do you remember how she said it?
I kind of hollered out, told there wasn't nobody going toward the house, because she was in there taking a shower in the camper, and there wasn't no curtains on the window.
You call, did you write a statement out for police officers?
Yeah.
Do you recall describing how she said it as being loud, hateful?
Oh, yeah.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Jeffrey, I do have a few questions for you. So, Mr. Jeffrey, you had previously been to Ms. Ruud's property, correct?
Yeah.
And you were also the first firefighter that went to the fire itself.
Yes.
You were not necessarily the first person to arrive at the property though, correct?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Jeffrey, I think your testimony was that I'll back up a step here. Did you speak with Ms. Ruud about the burn on her arm?
Yeah.
And it was your testimony that Ms. Ruud said that she had gotten burned trying to move some chainsaws and stuff out of the way of the fire?
Yes.
Okay. And it's been pretty close to 5 years since this happened, correct?
Yeah.
And you do remember writing a statement back in 2017?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall the content of your statement, or have you reviewed it since you wrote it in 2017?
No.
Well, Mr. Jeffrey, I am going to show you what I have marked as Defendant's Exhibit C. And I'll ask you to take a look at that. And does that look familiar to you?
Yeah.
What is this?
That's what I need to write out what happened, yeah.
So you did write a voluntary statement for the Ozark County Sheriff,
Yeah.
and is that your name here at the top of the first page of this document?
Yeah.
And let's see, is that your signature down there at the bottom of the first page of the document?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Mr. Jeffrey, do you have any difficulties, like if I ask you to read from this? Do you need difficulties seeing?
No.
Okay. And actually, I'll just ask you, I'm gonna point here at the bottom of this page, where it says she told me, and if you could just read that to yourself to the end of that sentence. And you had an opportunity to read that?
Yeah.
And was this accurate at the time you wrote it?
Yeah.
And now that you've had a chance to review that, do you recall whether or not, or with more specificity, do you remember exactly what she told you she'd been moving?
She said she's trying to get the chainsaw out of the board.
Was there any other equipment?
I can't remember.
Okay. I'll ask you, actually, I will read the sentence that I just had you read here. And that sentence that's on Defendant's Exhibit C says, she told me at that time she had burnt her arm trying to get her wood splitter and chainsaw out of the fire. Did I accurately recite that?
Yeah.
Okay, and so now do you recall whether or not she mentioned a wood splitter?
I can't remember if she mentioned which foot or not, but I remember the chainsaw.
But that, you did write that at the time?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you think your memory of the incident was better in August of 2017 or better now?
Back then.
Okay. All right.
And Mr. Jeffrey, I think you stated you don't recall what the weather was like that day, correct?
Yeah.
But in your statement, you indicate that Ms. Ruud was maybe acting not like her normal self, correct?
She's act like her normal self, I guess.
Okay.
Or like me.
All right, Mr. Jeffrey, I just have a couple more questions here. As regards the wood splitter, did you happen to see a wood splitter on the property that day?
No,
Were you looking for a wood splitter though?
no,
And you stated that you didn't see any chainsaws, correct?
no,
Were you looking for chainsaws?
no.
I don't think I have any further questions, Mr. Jeffrey. Thank you.
Commissioner Ray?
No, sir.
Okay, you may step down. Okay, we only get the short one. 10 minutes or less.
Your Honor, I can't guarantee 10 minutes, it'll be brief, but,
I'll let you call it. Whoever it is.
Robert Pete Senior.
No, I'll break about noon, so you wanna wait till afternoon to say one, or
That might be prudent, Judge, I think I'll do that.
is it like, okay, you think that's gonna be a 10-minute witness? It may be, I don't know, but.
Depends on who's doing the cross-examination.
You don't think that there's gonna
Well, why don't we go ahead and break, Judge?
Yeah, let's break my lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. We're gonna break until after lunch. Oh, okay. I got a message from my former first.
I got several messages.
I got some too, but one said that it had stopped.
I just telling you, we ought to act like it's all.
Always on.
I blame that.
Okay.
Now that we know that. It's not like it's not that.
I got several messages from my bosses saying, hey, you're still streaming.
I can't find out
Yeah.
how to get it to stream from my iPad. So
I'll just sit down and get my wallet. Okay, it's cold. Judge, before we call our next witness, the state and defense have a number of stipulations that are going to be entered into the record in the pre-con. Your Honor, these are marked as state's exhibits 11, 12, 9, and 10.
In record of defense, it would be defendant's exhibit D.
Exhibit what?
Exhibit D.
How is it though? Okay.
Is Robert Pete Senior, please? squeeze through there and the judge is gonna swear. One around.
So, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Will it be seated?
Just swear. Repeat your full name for us, please.
Robert Eugene Page Senior.
And sir, where do you live?
Address or
Just down.
Linderman, Missouri.
And that's in Ozark County?
Yes.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm disabled and fire chief of the Caney Mountain Volunteer Fire Department.
How long you been with Candy Mountain?
just over 16 years,
And how long you been the chief?
15 of those.
And who is Robert Pete Jr.?
My son,
Sir, do you know the defendant in this case, Rebecca Ruud?
yes.
How you know Ms. Ruud?
My son was dating her for a while and then we ended up getting married.
I don't want to direct your attention back to the afternoon of July 18 of 2017. Remember where you were that afternoon?
Um,
Was anybody there with you?
my wife, Robert Jr. was there, his kids were there. I think a couple of my daughter's kids were there too.
And sometime that afternoon, did Robert Jr. get a phone call?
Yes,
And who's that phone call from?
Rebecca.
And what did he tell you after that phone call?
That there was a
Your
fire.
Honor, I'm gonna object as a hearsay.
Judge is foundational, just gives grounds for what happened next.
But not for the truth of it.
It is not.
Okay. Go for real, not for the truth of it.
He got kind of excited and told me there was a fire that was threatening the barn, which is the main building residence.
And where would that have been at?
That would be at the farm over in, just north of Theodosia.
And to your knowledge, who lived on that farm?
Reva and, Helmer, I don't really remember Helmer's name.
Okay. Had you been to that farm before?
Yes,
After Robert got the phone call, what did you do?
he was gonna go over there and I told him no, I'd go with him.
Is Robert also, I'm sorry, Robert Jr. also a firefighter?
Yes, he was the lieutenant on the department.
Candy Mountain? Okay. Candy Mountain and Theodosia, what's the proximity? They located close to each other or?
We're north of Gainesville, so there's us, Gainesville Fire Department, and Theodosia Fire Department.
And had you worked with Theodosia Fire Department in the past?
Yes,
So it wasn't unusual to be responding to the same fires?
it only happened a few times, but when they needed personnel, they called for anybody that was available, started with the closest department.
How did you get from your place in Zanoni to the side of the fire in Theodosia?
I believe we took my daughter-in-law's fiance's Toyota truck, I believe.
And how long did it take you to get there?
I don't recall, it wasn't very long.
And what did you do once you got there?
When it was Robert found the fire, Theodosia was there, checked in with them, and started addressing the outline of the fire.
Addressing the outline of the fire?
Basically making sure it's not going any larger.
Okay. So you fought the fire.
Basically checked it,
Okay. Did you get it put out?
yes.
You know about how long it took to get it put out?
No, sir, I'm not sure how long Theodosia was there before I was.
You know about how long it was after you got there that you got done fighting the fire?
15, 20 minutes maybe.
Not very long. What'd you do after that?
Sat with Robert and Reva, and I think Tim Jeffries was there for a little while.
Before you left your home to go to the fire, were you made aware of any possible injuries?
No, sir.
Now, in addition to be a firefighter, you are a first responder, correct?
Correct.
What does that mean? What's first responder?
I'm certified medical first responder, so I give basic first aid, been trained bleeding control, airway, et cetera.
Burn treatment?
Yes.
And did you render treatment to anybody at the scene that day?
Rebecca,
And where was she injured?
left arm,
What kind of injury was it?
burn.
Did you have some conversation with the defendant at that time?
We talked a little bit, I don't remember exactly what about.
Did she tell you how she got burned?
Not exactly.
What kind of treatment did you give to her on?
Offered her some bandaging and, to cover it. I don't remember.
And did you know Savannah Lucky?
Yes, I've met her a couple times.
Had she been to your house?
Once.
Did you see Savannah the day you were out there fighting the fire?
I don't think so. I don't recall exactly, but I don't think I've seen her.
Were you made aware of any injuries to Savannah that day?
Tim went for the water hydrant, and I think Rebecca told him no, she's in the camper cooling off, she got overheated. The water hydrant's on the opposite side of the camper.
How close did you get to the camper?
About 30 feet.
And did it have windows on it?
I believe they were all open.
What about the door?
The door was shut, I believe.
To your knowledge, was there any electricity to that camper?
I do not remember if the batteries were hooked up or if the generator's running. I don't remember.
With no external power? No electrical service from outside the property? What kind of day was it?
Very hot, very humid.
Was the camper in the sun?
Yes.
Direct your attention to a couple of days after that, did you have occasion to go out to that farm again?
Yeah, when they said Savannah was missing, I went out there to help look.
You know about what time of day you were out there?
No, sir.
How late did you stay that day?
It was well after dark.
How many people were out there?
They were scattered everywhere looking. I didn't have a head count.
Did you go out there more than once?
I went out the first day. I don't recall if I went the second day or not.
Recall seeing the defendant joining in that search for Savannah?
Rebecca,
Yes.
she was kind of frantic, looking around the main structure of the barn.
You said you're out there maybe twice?
I was out there the first day when she was reported missing. I don't recall if I went back the second day or not.
During the time you're out there searching with those other folks, did the defendant say anything about Savannah's body being burned up on top of the hill?
No.
And some other time after Savannah's remains were found burned on top of the hill, did you hear the defendant say anything about Savannah, what happened to her that day?
I believe her words were, "What am I supposed to do when my daughter throws herself in the fire?"
That's all I have to say.
question. I just wanted to ask you, how do you refer to your son Robert? Like, what's the name? Since you both share a name, do you refer to him as Robert, or what do you call him?
Robert or Junior,
Okay,
just depends on which one comes out first.
gotcha. So, Mr. P, I wanted to ask you about the fire equipment that was on the hill on July 18th of 2017. You said that you did respond to that fire, correct?
Correct.
And when you got there, the Theodosia Fire Department was already there,
Correct.
and they already had equipment
Yes.
up there. Do you recall what equipment or what type of trucks were up there?
They had a brush truck up there. That's the only one I called seeing.
And does a brush truck, is it equipped with the water?
Yes.
Okay. And so, are you aware whether water was applied to that fire?
I'm sure it was, but I didn't actually see it.
Okay. And on the brush truck, are there typically some tools and equipment that are typically included on a brush truck?
Yeah, we've got rakes, fire brooms, blowers, chainsaw.
Okay. And that's just typical for brush truck, that's standard stuff?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Pete, you said that you have been a firefighter or involved in the fire service, did I hear correctly, at 15 years?
I've been fire chief for roughly 15 years, and I was there approximately a year before that.
Okay. And so in that approximately 16 years, you've responded to many calls, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
More than I'd like to recall.
And whenever a fire is toned out, regardless of whether it's a structure fire or, I guess this would be more like a grass fire or brush fire, are people usually happy to see you? Are they relaxed? And
Sometimes they're pretty nervous because they're worried about where the fire's headed. Sometimes they're like, I'm glad you guys are here, you know, but there always seems to be some nerves going on at the time.
so it's fair to say that people are usually fairly nervous whenever their property's on fire.
Pretty much,
And you said it was very hot that day.
yes.
And you also saw that, well, you treated Ms. Ruud's burn, correct? I'm sorry, was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you, I'm sorry, it's just hard for the court reporter to report nods. And Mr. Pete, you've previously been contacted by law enforcement to, I guess, interview you regarding Savannah's disappearance, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And have you ever had the opportunity to either review any reports or any statements or any recordings of that interview?
No, ma'am.
And do you recall when you or whether you told law enforcement about the statement that Ms. Ruud made to you about her daughter?
I believe I talked to them before that, and then they really never did question me or anything after that, so no, I don't believe I did.
That you had not told law enforcement about that?
Correct.
Okay. you recall approximately when you did advise law enforcement that you had heard that statement?
Last week, maybe. I said they didn't ask and I didn't tell.
You want to mention some issues from the stand before I thank you. Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Nothing further. Go back a minute, this last statement that you talked about, you walk me through again, that is at the scene of the fire that you were called to,
No, it was actually saying about the phone.
and the defendant was there.
Her, my son, my wife was there. I forgot what my son and his wife went in the house to use the restroom, and it was just me and Rebecca there.
How long after the disappearance of the victim did that conversation occur?
A week, maybe.
And you never told law enforcement about it?
No, sir.
Okay.
They never interviewed me anymore or anything else.
And that was before the investigation got to the point of bones were found.
Right.
And after the bones were found, and your son and the defendant was charged, you still didn't think you'd be talking to, or take that to the sheriff's department?
I really kind of forgot about it.
Okay, any other questions?
No, sir.
No,
Step down, thank you.
They were called Winston Collins.
Sir, if you're from one of those, where you at? You swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you seated?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name for the record.
Winston Collins
And how are you currently employed?
with the Christian County Sheriff's Office.
How were you employed back in July 2017?
I was the Chief Deputy Sheriff for the Ozark County Sheriff's Office.
And how long were you the chief deputy sheriff in Ozark County?
I was hired as a sergeant, I believe, in 2013, and shortly promoted to Chief Deputy Sheriff.
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
This will be my 14th year.
I'm assuming you have some sort of training and experience, special training and experience. Could you tell us about that?
Yes, sir. I'm a graduate of the Missouri Sheriff Association Training Academy. Also an associate's with life science and law enforcement through Missouri State University, and countless hours of continuing education over the past 14 years.
Now, do you recall July 20th, 2017?
Yes, I do.
And why do you recall that date?
That was the reported date of the disappearance of Savannah Lake.
All right. And were you dispatched to any particular location?
Yes, I was.
Where were you dispatched to?
4118 County Road 915 in Beed Ocean.
Is that in Ozark County?
Yes, sir, it is.
And could you describe that location for the court?
It's a very rural area. It's made up of a 81-acre farm, partially wooded, some open, with a long drive up to two structures, a camper trailer and a metal building.
All right. And does this location have electrical service?
It had the use of a generator.
How far away is it from the county seat of Gainesville?
Theodosia is one of our outlying communities, approximately a 30 to 40 minute drive.
So what time did you get to the location you were dispatched to that day?
I received notification around 10:45 hours, so approximately 40 minutes to that location.
And when you got there, did you have the occasion to speak to anyone?
Yes, I did.
Who did you speak to that day?
Rebecca Ruud.
Is Ms. Ruud here in the courtroom today? Could you identify her for the record for us and tell us what she's wearing?
She's at the defense table. She's wearing a white or cream colored jacket or overshirt.
All right, thank you. I ask that the record reflect that the witness ID the defendant. Here we go. Thank you. And the information that you had to the call was that what was the information you had about the call up to that point?
That a 16-year-old female, Savannah Leckie, was missing from the property.
All right. And did you ask the defendant about Ms. Leckie
Yes, I
when you
did.
got there? Were you, before that day, did you have any familiarity with Ms. Leckie?
I've been on the Ruud property one other occasion before that incident. I'm not certain if I spoke with Savannah during that time.
And can you tell us what the defendant told you about Ms. Leckie and her circumstances in missing that day?
That she was last seen approximately 11 p.m. the night before, July 19th, 2017.
Did she indicate anything about what may have happened to her, what she thought may have happened to her?
She expressed that she was most likely ran away from the residence.
And did she tell you anything about Savannah's demeanor?
Not that I can recall specifically.
Were any actions taken by the defendant, to your knowledge, to attempt to locate Ms. Leckie that morning?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to that. I think that he is asking him for something I'm not sure he knows the answer to, and about whether somebody else did something.
I can rephrase my question, Jeff. Did the defendant tell you anything about whether or not she attempted to locate Ms. Leckie that morning?
She made a comment regarding haunting a horn during the early hours. That's about as specific as I recall.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you anything about Savannah's family life?
Yes, she did.
All right, can you explain what she told you?
She explained that when Savannah was born, that she was adopted by a family in Minnesota, and that throughout those years, she had periodic contact with Savannah and the adopted family in Minnesota.
Okay. And did the defendant tell you when Savannah ended up in her care in custody?
Yes, it was several years later. I do not recall the month or year, but it was within a short period of time before this event.
Did the defendant tell you where Savannah lived on the farm?
Yes, she did.
Where was that?
It was a pull-behind camper trailer that was next to the metal structure.
All right. going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 13. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is that photo? What is that a photograph of?
This photograph represents the metal structure as well as the full mine camper trailer.
Is that the Ruud farm?
Yes, it is.
All right. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the Ruud farm?
Yes, it is.
All right. At this time, Judge, I'll move to admit State's Exhibit 13.
No objection.
Admitted.
Did the defendant mention Savannah having any friends or social contacts?
She expressed that she had very little social contacts and that she was homeschooled through an online program.
Now, on the 20th, was a search conducted by members of law enforcement, volunteers, and civilians of the Ruud farm?
Yes, it was.
All right, can you tell us a little bit about that search? And what did that entail?
The search was, the participants in the search was from the area volunteer fire department and first responders, 12 volunteers as well as employees with our office, as well as outside assistants with the Baxter County Sheriff's Office.
And was that search successful or unsuccessful?
It was unsuccessful.
All right. Was there any sign of Savannah that day on the farm?
No, there is not.
Where was the defendant during the search?
On the property,
Did she participate in the search in any way?
not that I can recall.
Was Savannah entered into any sort of national database for missing children?
Yes, she was.
All right. And did your agency take steps to inform other agencies about her missing?
Yes, we did.
Do you recall July 24th of 2017?
I do.
Why do you recall that date?
That was the beginning of my tour the following Monday. It's where I received information from, passed along from another deputy, and also responded to the Ruud farm to follow up the investigation.
Okay. So when you went back out to the Ruud farm on that day,
Yes, I
and
did.
did you meet with the defendant again?
Yes, I did.
Did the defendant provide you with a typed statement?
She provided our office with a type statement that I did review it.
Okay.
before
Do
responding.
you know who took that statement into custody?
That was then my corporal, Curtis Dobbs.
Okay. All right. And did you and Deputy Dobbs go out to the property that day with the intent of interviewing the defendant, Robert Pete Jr.?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Were those? How did you conduct those interviews?
I recall interviewing Robert Pete Jr. first, and during our conversations there on the property, we had a more formal interview from our conversations that we had prior,
Were they interviewed separately or together?
separately.
Why do you interview individuals separately like that?
It's an easier tool to gather information when you separate parties versus having them converge on the same stage.
During the questioning that day of the two parties, did you and Deputy Dobbs learn of some missing narcotics?
Yes, I did.
And did you question the defendant about those missing narcotics?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do this?
I felt that it was unusual that this was the first time that I received that information. And I confronted her on the matter of why it was not disclosed earlier.
And what did she say when you confronted her about the missing pills?
She stated it would make her fears a reality, or worse to that effect.
And did that conclude your visit with the defendant on July 24th?
To my knowledge, yes.
All right. Did you go back out to the property the next day, July 25th?
Yes, I did.
On that day, were you accompanied, did you go by yourself or were you accompanied by anyone?
I previously arranged and had contact with the Gateway search team. I was also accompanied by the members of our office.
The Gateway Search Team, what is that?
A K-9 search team aided us with 2 human detection dogs and 1 scent dog.
And are those dogs, to your knowledge, to look for living people or cadavers?
It was my understanding that having 2 human detection dogs could sniff out a person deceased, and the scent dogs could scent out a live person.
All right. And what was the weather like on that day on the 25th?
Much like it is now, it was very hot. We met up early that morning, around 9 o'clock in the morning, and then proceeded to the roof farm.
Were you at all successful in locating any sign of Savannah on the 25th?
No, we were not successful.
A couple days later, on July 27th, did you go back out to the farm then?
Yes, I did.
All right. And what was the purpose of going out to the property on that date?
To further the investigation, to follow up with any new information. I believe there was an additional, much smaller search of the camper on the property.
Was this a consent search?
Yes, it was.
All right. So the defendant gave you the consent to search her property.
Yes, you know.
And was the camper trailer searched on that day?
I believe so.
And who conducted that camper trailer search?
It would have been between myself and then Corporal Curtis Dobbs.
Okay. And did the defendant voluntarily provide any other documents or items on that date to you?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Now, finally, I'm going to direct your attention to August 4th of 2017. Do you recall August 4th?
Yes, I do.
All right. And at that point, did you get go to a court and get a search warrant to search the defendant's property?
Our office did, yes.
Okay. And what were you searching for on that day?
Human remains.
And did you apply and receive that search warrant to go and execute it on the 4th?
Yes, our office did.
Okay. Did you go out to the property to execute that warrant?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Who else was with you?
My then Corporal Curtis Dobbs, Sheriff Darren Reed, and I assume others.
Okay. When you arrived at the property, was the property open or locked up?
It was locked.
Right. Did you or someone from your office attempt to make contact with the defendant?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Was that you or someone else?
It was someone else.
Okay. Was the defendant asked for consent to search the property that day?
Yes, she was.
And did she grant consent?
She did not.
Okay. Was the defendant informed of the search warrant?
Yes, she was.
And did you and the other members of the sheriff's office proceed to search the property on that day?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And had anything on her property been locked up to that point in the
Yes.
previous searches?
No,
No.
not in the previous search.
Okay. But so this was the first search where everything was locked.
Yes, that is correct.
And do you recall what, if anything, was found on August 4th, 2017 on the property?
We discovered human remains.
Okay. Did you later apply for another search warrant on August 9th of 2017?
Yes, I did.
All right, what was that search warrant for?
To further the search for human remains.
All right. Was that in response to what had been found on the August 4th search?
Yes, it was.
And did you and other members of your office go out to the defendant's property again?
Yes, we did.
And were there also civilians present that day?
Yes, there was.
Who was present that day?
He was accompanied by an anthropologist, Mark Berry, as well as a drone operator, aerial imaging.
All right. And were when you came to that property was the property once again secured with locks?
Yes, it was.
And were those locks removed?
Yes, they were.
Was the defendant there during the execution of the search warrant?
No, she was not.
Okay. And did you and other members of the Ozark County Sheriff's Office and Dr. Berry search the burn pile on that day?
Yes, we did.
Do you recall? Do you recall finding any sort of any items that were not
Your
burned?
Honor, I'm gonna have to object to as to leading. He's been doing this for a while too, again, just asking, I mean, he's telling him what to say. Or what his answers are.
Well, again, once again, leading is suggesting the answer to the question.
You're just
I'm
giving
not,
the answer
I'm
to
not
the
giving him the answer to the question, Mr. Ball.
Okay.
Just restate your question. So Mark Berry searched the burn. Did you assist in that search?
Yes, I did.
What was recovered from that pile during the search?
We furthered our discovery of human remains and also found some clothing items, what we believe to be clothing items.
All right. Did you package those clothing items?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Was that you personally, or was another deputy packaging those items?
My then Corporal Curtis Dog was assigned as evidence custodian during the search.
And when you have an investigation like this, is it normal to have one person handling all the evidence?
No, it is not normal.
Okay. Was Deputy Dobbs in charge of the evidence in this case?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Do you recall August 21st, 2017?
Yes, I did.
Okay, why do you recall that date?
August 21st was when Rebecca Ruud was arrested at the bus station.
Was that bus station here in Springfield?
Yes, it was.
Can you tell us about the arrest of the defendant up to that point?
The local agency here in Springfield, they assisted us in locating or having a visual of Ms. Ruud while we stood by to facilitate the arrest.
Where were you in relation to the bus station?
I'm not very familiar with the layout of Springfield, but we were in a short distance from the bus station. I believe we were in viewing distance of the terminal for other buses.
Is it fair to say this was a surveillance operation?
Yes,
And had the defendant been formally charged at this point?
no, she was not.
All right. Did you or another member of your agency make an arrest of her on that date?
Yes, we did.
Who made the arrest?
It would have been between Sheriff Reed, then Corporal Curtis Dawes, and myself.
All right. Do you remember what time that arrest was made?
I do not recall the time.
Was she placed on a 24-hour hold?
Yes, she was.
Did she have anything on her when she was arrested?
Yes, she did.
Could you tell us what was on her?
She had a large amount of luggage, personal contents.
Okay. What kind of personal contents? So did you have occasion to search those personal contents?
Yes, I did.
Was that pursuant to an inventory search of her personal property?
It began as an inventory search, but then a application was applied for a search warrant.
Okay. And was that inventory search being done pursuant to a agency policy?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you do anything on this case on August 24th, 2017?
Yes, I did.
What did you do on that day?
August 24th was a day that the Baxter County Sheriff's Office allowed me to ride in their helicopter to view the past burn site and crime scene.
you identify that for us, please?
Yes, I can.
What is that?
The bottom left-hand corner is the metal structure previously referenced. And this is a road that goes up through the woods into the area of the front side.
All right, let me get a pen here. And could you mark the spot on here with my pen where the burn site is in that photograph? And did you take this photograph on August 24th?
Yes, I did.
Was that from a helicopter?
Yes, it was.
All right, is that a fair and accurate representation of that location on that date?
It is.
All right. Show you what you want.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. At this time, Judge, I would move to admit States Exhibit 16.
No objection.
I'll show you what I've marked as States Exhibits 15. Could you identify that for us, please?
Yes, I can.
What is that?
This is a more close-up image of the burn site.
All right. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the burn site on that day?
Yes, it is.
All right. At this time, I would move to admit States Exhibit 15.
No objection.
Admitted.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to September 1st of 2017. On that date, did you do anything with the defendant's personal property that was recovered back during her arrest on the 21st?
I believe that was the initial inventory of the property.
Okay. And did you do that inventory?
I began the inventory, but later stopped.
And did you have occasion to get a search warrant to look at those items?
Yes, I did.
And did you receive a search warrant?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you execute that search warrant by looking at those items?
Yes, I did.
All right. What did you find in the defendant's personal effects during that search?
In one of the notebooks or binders, there were several handwritten documents. Was there anything about these items that you believe had evidentiary value? Yes, it was.
Okay. I want to show you what I've marked as States Exhibit 5. Can you tell us what that is?
It's one of the documents or pages that was contained in the notebook.
Okay. And why would you believe this to be significant?
Because of the content of the writings.
Okay. And is that is that actual paper that you recovered from the defendant
Yes, it is.
on that August 21st day?
Yes, it is.
All right. Judge, at this time I'll move to admit States Exhibit 5.
No objection.
Admitted.
I want to show you what I marked as States Exhibit 6. Could you identify that for us, please?
Yes, I remember it.
Okay, what is that?
This is another document that was contained in the writings.
And the writing, and that was one of the writings that was found on August 21st during her arrest.
Yes.
And the writing there appears to contain various different types of criminal charges. Would that be a fair statement?
That would be my interpretation.
Okay. And when when the defendant had been arrested at that point on August 21st, she had not been charged by the prosecutor, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So no charges were pending.
No, there is none.
All right. And that's the actual document that was recovered from the defendant.
Yes, it's the actual document.
At this time, we'll move to Admit States Exhibit 6 in the evidence.
Objection.
Admitted. All right. I'm going to show you what is marked as States Exhibit 7. Could you identify that for us, please?
Yes, I can.
And what is that?
This is another document that was contained in a notebook.
And there's a number of scribbled notes on there. Did you believe anything on that paper to be significant to your case?
Yes.
All right. What on that paper did you believe to be significant?
There are several sections that are scratched out. One of these is scratched out, says charged, airplane mode, phone off, and it is crossed out.
And again, the defendant was arrested at the bus station, correct?
That is correct.
And this is the actual copy of that document that was seized from the defendant.
Yes, it is.
All right. At this time, Judge, I'll move to Admit States Exhibit 7.
Objection.
Admitted.
Now I'm going to fast forward several years later, Deputy Collins. Do you recall January 24th of 2020?
Yes, I do.
And why do you recall that date?
That was a date that it was arranged for me to do a proffer with Robert P. Jr. and Attorney Hayes.
Okay. At the conclusion of that meeting, did you take into possession anything?
I did
And what did you take into possession of?
a small digital recorder.
Okay. I'm marking this as 2.
Okay.
Can you identify, I'm showing you what it marked as States Exhibit 2. Can you identify that for us, please?
Yes, I can.
What is that?
This is the box that I packaged containing the digital recorder.
Okay. And it's got some evidence tape on it.
Yes, it does.
All right. And has that, did that recorder remain in your possession until it was turned over to the Attorney General's office in 2020, sometime in 2020?
Did not maintain in my possession, but with the Ozark County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Could you, do you have anything to open the box with?
I apologize, sir, I do not.
That's all right. I'll go this.
But if we
Oh, we got some, we got some. All right. Does that appear to be the same digital recorder that that you received from Robert P. Jr. on that date?
Yes, it's the same one.
Okay. And how do you recognize it?
Most notably, it has a play and a stop button. I remember being overly concerned that the need to preserve it so it does not accidentally get deleted.
Okay. And so, did you activate the recording device at some point
Yes, I did.
and listen to its contents?
Yes, I did.
And was there one single recording on the device, multiple recordings, or no recordings?
I believe there is more than one recording, but yes, I
Okay.
recall a specific recording.
And listening, did you listen to those recordings?
I listened to a recording.
Okay, you listened to a recording. When you listened to that particular recording, did you recognize any voices in that recording?
Yes, I did.
Whose voices did you recognize?
I recognized Rebecca Ruud and Nina.
Is that someone that works with the public defender's office?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what her position is at that office?
I believe she's an investigator for the public defender's office.
And did you listen to the entirety of that recording?
Yes, I did.
And now, you said you were afraid of operating the recording device. So why were you afraid of operating it?
It's for lack of a better term, a obsolete type recorder. It has very few functions on the device, and I was worried that it would get deleted unintentionally.
Okay. And how did you preserve the strike that? Did you preserve the recording of the defendant and Nina and the recording that you listened to? Did you preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
How did you preserve it?
I recorded it through a recording app for apps for my phone.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes, I do. I've used it earlier.
Okay. And does that contain a fair and accurate representation of the recording that was found on the digital recording device?
Yes, it does.
And is a direct copy of that recording?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
The same content.
Okay. This time, Judge, I would move to admit State's Exhibits 2 and 3 into evidence.
Yeah, just a moment, Aaron.
Are you going to take the tape?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
It would be mine to
If I didn't see anything on your table, it's probably that you were going to play the tape.
We will play it, but we've got a laptop there,
Okay.
Judge. I'll have to set it up.
Okay.
Your Honor, we have no objection to number 2, and then we just have the continuing objection to item number 3.
I'll admit, 2 and 3, based upon the Supreme Court ruling, in this case.
Thank you, Judge. Yeah, that makes sense. And Judge, we do have a transcript that has previously been provided to the defense for this case, and I have that for the court available to read or as it's being played.
what I was just talking, did the court, this is gonna take about an hour, did the court want to take a break before we give this, that to everybody else? I guess we're taking a break. We're taking about 5 minutes.
That'll work, Jeff, thank you.
I think I'm okay, thank you. Get your delivery.
Okay.
I understand.
I was gonna say, when they play this, you don't have to separate the people.
Yeah. If he wants to go sit down, Jeff, I have no objection.
Thank you.
I just want to point out that
My biological family told me, Becky, my friends call me Big and I was gonna lay down for the back of the beer or anything but wait for dinner. All right,
Casey, we can call her if we wanted.
you guys,
So let's get to where we need to get to and whatever, we don't really know why we're here. Exactly, except for the, well, I just got started on this,
yeah, that's what I decided was, about halfway to the end. This is my journal.
from September.
I found it.
Okay, backdated that.
No, I found it in the camper yesterday.
Okay.
And I don't journal all the time, so it's my birthday too, and then when I need an event, I write. And most times I don't need the event. Yeah, and as you can tell, I like the color of these dresses, and get my thoughts and perspective on each back of the page. And I think I still have the coloring book to show that those were in order.
Okay.
That was inspired on page I made, but, the chain of events are, I'd loaned to me money that I needed back last April, and she decided that because I needed to pay it back by middle of May, she said I was unfit to talk to my daughters that she adopted.
April?
No,
If you're calling me, let me know, we get pretty cool in here.
I've been sleeping for 3 weeks, I'm actually hot. So she decided I was unfit to talk to Savannah and Michaela because she lied and said she didn't owe me money back that she borrowed from me. She borrowed the money for a vacation in New Orleans and refused to pay me back when I needed the money to insulate my home. And so there were a lot of hurtful words. We need to get those text messages off of my old cell phone, which is, that's eczema. It's not my burn. We need to get those text messages off my old cell phone, broken cell phone that the sheriff's department does have. So she decided I was on when did that? Last December. So, that old phone has all the text messages between David and I arranging for me to go get Savannah under what terms, which was last August. But right after she decided I was unfit to speak to Savannah, Savannah tried to commit suicide. So we'll put her in a hospital and left for Las Vegas the same day and go party and get engaged. So you said I had no emotional support. That's what I'm discussing in veterans. Savannah and I got talking about how respect is based off of fear. And I gave her several examples. You fear getting into an accident, that's why you respect your vehicle. And I asked her why she respected me, and she said, because she feared me not wanting her. Because the way David Camille sent her to me. And that all kind of turned into your daughter said. Every time I needed anything from David and Camille, it was their answer. Well, Camille's answer was, if it isn't working, I have a home that Savannah can stay in as an adult. They will keep her heavily medicated and let her call it all she wants, and she won't have to take care of herself. And that was Camille's solution to everything.
And she meant that, not just to make you feel bad people.
I believe she meant that. There were 3 instances where I could not provide for Savannah, and I point blank said, I need to send her back to Minnesota, and Camille says, well, I won't pick her up at the bus stop, David has to. And David's going, I can't pick her up at the bus stop, there's child protective charges from my wife supposedly hitting her. What she says was a lie, and I don't know. So, like I said, a couple of days before Savannah left, she kind of threw herself into the fire. And at first I said, I'm going to keep her out of it. And I wanted to take her to the doctor, and she said, no, you don't lock me up forever, and that'll prove you don't want me. So when the firefighter was there, she went out and helped me open the gates, and she burned her right hand bad, on 2nd-degree burns. And I knew she was right, something like that. Trying to explain how she got burned to a doctor, and it came up that she tried to kill herself or tried to throw herself in a fire. Somebody would lock her up forever, and then what? So, we got the fire put out, I had Savannah in the camper soaking her in.
This is on the 18th.
I think. It's in the timeline I gave you. It was
We'll make a roll thing, please.
not the night before, but the night before, 2 nights before she disappeared. And I was up almost all night. I talked to Savannah over and over, and I'm like,
Old Curtis stuff.
it's not an option. You can't just end your life because you're not happy with it. She's like, well, then I wouldn't hurt anymore. And I didn't give her, and I explained, I said, you know, if you kill yourself, everybody who loves you suffers. And she's like, that's what I want. She says, David, you don't have to pay for what he did to me. Finally got her word. She promised she wouldn't hurt herself, but she had a massive blister on her hand, and I wanted to get her medication. That's the only reason I went to the doctor the next day. So Robert took me to the doctor, he paid for it, I don't have medical, and got her silver-sulfatine. I'd already started her on some antibiotic I had from when I crushed my finger. And went home, and Savannah was fine, except she saw the burns I got trying to save her, and she kept going, I see all I do is hurt people, all I do is hurt people, and I just tried to explain to her that wasn't true, and I put her to bed that night, and I sat down and I cried, and I fell asleep at the wooden table for a little while in the apartment, and you guys will see this when we go to the farm. And I woke up, I don't know what time it was exactly, and I'm like, crap, I forgot to give Savannah her antibiotics, so I went to go wake her up. And because Robert knew she got burned, he never saw the burns, but I told him, and he took care of livestock and everything, but you know, that's child neglect, and I just incorporated the man I love and tried to protect my daughter. He lied, he knew that to do just drive her away. And so Robert started cleaning up the brush fire mess when we were on a field with Savannah, and he had a pretty good pile of coals so that I tried to fix it. And I knew somebody would find her someday, and they would come back on me. But it was like Savannah's last wish, letting people look for her and let her see that she is loved and let David to feel worried.
Okay, so just to recap on this, so 2 days, the missing persons report went out on the 20th of July,
She killed herself the night before.
so the 19th. I think it was your statement to the law enforcement that was around 11:20.
I don't know what,
Well, this is what, I'm just trying to get a timeline here.
I honestly don't know what time.
She's gone to bed, or?
I don't know what time I fell asleep at the table. I gave them reasonable guesses of times of what time she got to bed and so on, but I don't know the time. I don't watch clocks.
Do you know about when you went into, you wanted to go in, was she in the trailer, in the camper?
I know it was at least an hour after dark,
Okay.
but I'm not sure. I fell asleep at the table in the shop carpet
So where was Savannah when you went into the camper?
in bed.
Okay.
She laid down. And I tried to wake her up to give her an antibiotic for the infection in her hand. And
Did Savannah kill herself?
I don't know what she used because I checked with the doctor. And my pain prescription was in there and gone, but the doctor said that it wasn't enough, so she had to take something else, and I don't have any. So I don't know what she used. There was no blood in
The doctor.
Dr. Brian, when Robert took me to the doctor to get medication for Savannah, he gave me a prescription of Vicodin. And I went back the next week and I asked if that was enough to kill her, and he said no, she'd have been really constipated.
So,
But I don't know what
she
she
was the
used.
doctor. Did the doctor know she was dead?
This is when she was missing,
Oh.
and when we told officers that the pain prescription
Right.
was
Sorry.
missing. And I asked him, I don't know what she used. The only other thing I can think of is I have some fly bait I use to poison coons, but I don't know how she, this stuff smells awful. Robert's family's going through hell for this.
Right. What do they know?
My mother-in-law asked me point blank if they found Savannah, and I said I think so. And she said, don't say another word, go to your attorney and tell them.
Know that.
No.
Okay.
She said she doesn't, if she'd asked me point blank if I killed Savannah, and I told her no. And she put your attorney, you tell them everything, you get this straightened out. And I'm gonna love you, and it's funny. And if Savannah and I didn't have any unconditional love for the people that take her to their home and promise to take care of her, we wouldn't be here. But if I had turned it in and Savannah killed herself that night, these people would have wanted my head on a platter anyway, and they would attack Robert too, just because he was there asleep.
What did Robert know?
Same thing, he was there when I talked to his mom.
So he doesn't know the extent of this conversation.
Where Robert's living at?
In the shop apartment, when you come up to the farm, you'll see it. And Robert, he gets a new cough under his pillow and he doesn't wake up.
Is it the travel trailer?
Yeah, and that's parked just outside the apartment door.
And when did she go into the camper? What was going on prior? Was she going to bed?
Yeah,
Like at night, so you guys come alone?
we got no argument because she didn't do any homework again. And And she told me that she's 16, she can drop out of school, and that she was doing stuff to help me around the farm while I was gone, and that if she's old enough to make her own choices, that she's the reason I burnt my arm, and if she wants to drop out of school to help me, she could. And I said she couldn't because she needs to educate her from her body.
No, sure.
As far as all the child abuse allegations running around, when you pull my text messages and my email, you'll see Camille knew of, endorsed, and encouraged every method of discipline I used, and actually wanted me to be harder on Savannah. And I said, Savannah needs love and support too, it's not, but it was like Camille wanted me to break her.
And that's all it was done.
Some of it, and some of it's on a new phone. It'll be combination, and it's back and forth between email and text, and some of it happened by phone. But like, the sheriff's department was looking at me weird because I explained that one of the disciplinary measures I used was never pick rock. And you can look up in my phone where I emailed to Neil a copy of the rock contract. And then Tamia called me and told me I don't like it because. And then later emails were, okay, this is not working, now what? And Tamia called.
So were things between you, Camille and David, were they kind of all
Hell.
from the beginning? I mean, forever? Or since?
That's just
Or since the money thing?
But no, not forever. Since David and I had not seen eye to eye since him and Jamil divorced like 10 years ago.
Okay.
And then he got all buddy with me when they asked for Savannah to come here to us.
Okay. And obviously you need to permit, you know, me,
Yeah.
father.
Tamil had said that when she adopted Savannah, she adopted both of us, and I literally called her mom until the money thing just over a year ago. When she started dating this new guy, Alan was like somebody flipped a switch on her personality. She'd always been there and 100% supportive for Savannah. She had never done something go to Vegas while Savannah's in a hospital for trying to kill herself.
What about the other child?
Michaela's not autistic. She's gorgeous, she's perfect, and so Tamil kept her. But I'm scared for her because there's rumors that the new fiance is a child molester and a rapist. On my phone, I have a Facebook message from his still legal wife about him raping their daughter. And Michaela's still in that home.
Well, I imagine there's other women out there. I don't think that.
Tamil said right out that her fiance, last spring, sometime beat Blaine. David and Tamil's biological son.
Older,
Younger. David and Tamil couldn't have children. And they adopted Savannah as an infant. And then when I got pregnant with Michaela, I wanted the girls to stay together. And I didn't know it was a girl yet. So Tamil went to a natural specialist, and I helped her with, and she was able to take herbs and everything, lactate, and was there when Michaela was born and took her from birth. And the process of breastfeeding Michaela is what allowed her to have children. So she had 2 sons after that.
And what has led to you wanting to go to date your children?
My biological mother decided she wanted to be a mother again. This is a woman that pushed me through a second story plate glass window in my teens. Who stomped my face in with a pair of cowboy boots and only had half a jawbone. You do not let this woman have children. I could not provide for them through Savannah. I already given up my sons to my pedophile ex-husband because they're in.
Okay.
Prior to me getting pregnant with Savannah, I gave my sons up and fought for my pedophile ex-husband to raise them because being molested would be better than living with my mother.
Okay.
And My mother kidnapped Savannah as an infant. There's a foster home on the way, is her name, reference to, why would someone give Savannah back to me after she was taken from me, and that was the foster parent, and that was not the fact. Savannah was never taken from me. My mother kidnapped Savannah, taken to New York, got a $100 lawyer involved because it was a small town. My biological mother was pleading with the judge for couldn't get a warrant. We could take them to Neil's house. We could sit there in the office and look through my biological mother's living room window in town and see her with the baby, and they could not get a warrant from the judge to go in and get that child. And
How old were you when you had Savannah?
I'm 39 now, so 23.
I really want you were pregnant, you know, like that.
I'm right here taking the wheels, and thank you for all of your hard work. I had Savannah in foster care when she was a baby while her adoption was being worked out. I cannot understand the life of me why she was given back to the woman she was taken away from. She was never taken.
Who was that? Who said that?
That was the foster home.
That's the lady versus from the foster home.
It's the foster parent from when Savannah was an infant. Because we had to get the court to intervene to get Savannah taken away from my biological mother, and they needed a safe home. Well, David and Tamil went through the home study. I was staying with David and Tamil, so she went into foster care. But Savannah was never taken from me. There was never a child abuse accusation.
That's right. Authorities won't have that because I believe the authorities are probably false on out there.
There is one CPS report for sure on me in Branson against my sons. And I know it names me, but that was when I gave my sons up. I could not provide for them. I was working 2 full-time jobs. I did everything I could for them, and I picked them up from the sitter. And my son Matthew had a burn on his hand, like his hand had been held to a stovetop. And my sons are spending more time with babysitters, so they can't afford it, and the babysitters are not taking care of them. I went home and I cried and cried and cried, and I called social services and asked them to take them. No one called me in for abuse. It was just the opposite. I said, I need help here. I'm not the kind of mother that will let my children suffer.
The boy sounded the same father as Savannah.
No.
Okay. And he was from Branson.
No, my son Matthew's father is deceased. I ran with the carnival for a while when I was in my teens. I had Matthew, I believe, when I was 18. And his father got in the meth. His father's mother stole my social security card and got phones and everything else in my name and ruined my credit. His father was stealing money from his mother for his crack habit, and that's when I learned you don't deal with somebody on drugs because it's no longer human. You're dealing with the drug. And so I literally lived on the streets in Florida for a while. And I was able to beg enough money to get clean clothes from the thrift store and work at a day labor place until I got money to go back to Minnesota on the bus. And that's when I met Jacob's father. And
In Minnesota.
And we got together, and then we had Jacob together. And then I found out he was a pedophile, and I left him, and I took the boys and came to Missouri. And then when I could not care for them, I asked my biological mother to come down and help me. And instead of coming and helping me, she loaded up my ex-husband and brought them down. Now I come to Missouri because I had a high school friend that I could stay with and help me find work. And he explained that my husband was a pedophile, like not when my son's with him. And so I moved down here and I got work, and I learned that I don't know if it's still the same, but that if father had no rights down here, just come and get the children. And that's why I came here. I asked my mother to come here and help me take care of the boys and keep them from my ex. Because He was a pedophile.
She got the X.
She brought the ex. She was able to sign for and pick up my sons, and as soon as they crossed state lines, they were with my ex. And for years, all she had to say about it was, well, I wanted to raise them myself. No, I can say that's worse. You know, I asked her for help, hoping I could protect my sons from her if I was there to protect them.
It's been pretty much a hard knock life.
I made bad choices when I was young. I had children too young. A hard knock life is like saying I had a bad life. My choices led me to where I am.
And then you had the husband from Texas.
And I was always a part of the girls' lives. And everything was fine until, you know, he's this new guy and becomes somebody I don't even know. She quit being a supportive mother to Savannah
I think she'd been divorced for 10 years.
from David, and then she spent 8 or 9 years with Mike Evans. And
Okay, so somebody else,
yeah,
the stepfather to these girls.
but he wasn't much of a father figure, like, that deal I taped up in the sheriff's department, he's just referred to as Mike. They pretty well sums up what I feel about him. He's not a man.
I heard about that.
I had to check his oil for him.
Okay. Okay, the sheriff was able to do that for him. The letter you wrote to the sheriff, you said that they never got that.
They did get it. They have the computer that it was written on.
Okay.
The file was saved on the
I
computer.
was thinking about that on the way home, but I'm clear on that, and whether or not they got that.
They had,
All right, so,
I was an open book with them.
to what?
Well,
Not full disclosure thing.
the truth was, I really don't know where Savannah is now. Where is her spirit? You know, nobody asked me if I did anything to dispose of her body after she killed herself. I've been asked if I murdered her. No.
Right.
So technically, I never lied. But my in-laws have nothing to do with this, and they are getting right to holy coals.
Okay, so Robert Sleeper, let's go back to that, the night of the 19th evening.
When they shut up.
Right. When you went into the travel trailer, you thought she was sleeping, went to wake her to give her antibiotics.
I had a prescription of Keflex. I crushed my finger
Right.
like 4 weeks before, and I was supposed to take antibiotics for it, but I didn't because I don't have medical. And saving an antibiotic for an emergency was
The
wiser.
prescription was already made.
Yeah, well before.
Right. Good for you.
Yeah, I didn't take the antibiotics because what's an oral antibiotic gonna do in a finger that already has, fingers never have good circulation, and it's not, so I treated this was open to the bone all the way around here and back and down. And I chose not to take that antibiotic unless it showed sign of infection. I treated it topically. And, you know, I have some medical training from volunteering in the fire department, so on. I've been a herdsman treating animals most of my life. I took myself through high school at dairy farm treating everything. And so I chose to save the antibiotic for myself for later. And when Samantha burned her hand, I gave it to her instead. And the rest of that prescription should still be at the farm.
So it was that day that she burned herself, or the day before.
The day she disappeared,
Right. The 19th.
she tried to throw herself in the fire. The next day,
Okay.
I went to the doctor and got prescriptions to treat her. I did not. I was not worried about dying. I was not worried about treating me. I was worried about treating my daughter's hand.
Right.
And they gave me the silver sulfidine and the pain pills.
Okay.
And then,
Did you get antibiotics that day also?
no,
Okay.
I was giving her the Keflex from my old finger crush injury. I was treated in West Plains for that.
Okay.
And then followed up with an orthopedic surgeon in West Plains. Which I shouldn't do again because I didn't have a bone infection.
One time when you said that Robert was already burning stuff, or what I did.
I didn't know Robert was, he had visitation of his kids.
Okay.
And so he was all the way over to go at his parents' house. And I was burning And Savannah and I have been arguing, and she said, forget it, I'll just end it, and ran towards the fire trying to burn herself. And when I blocked her, she knocked me, pushed me too close to the fire, and she was literally in my arms reaching over, and I'm holding her back with everything I can. And that's when I got burned. And so when we have cedar tops up there, the fire's spreading, I point her down the trail, I grab the chainsaws, I run down the trail, I'm calling the fire department, and I'm on the Ocean Fire Department, so I have everybody's personal numbers. I call chief first, and I'm just sitting at Tony's right now, my place is hard to find. And so, as I'm sitting at Tony's, but make sure everybody knows it's my house. And called the sheriff's department, then I called, I think, Boyd Garrison next, because I knew he knew where my gate was. I called Alan Edgington, because I knew he knew where my gate was, because he was out of town.
Country needs slower. Okay, so then the fire, that goes out, and you contact.
I think, I have to check in my phone records, I think I contacted Chief Tim Jeffries first, the Ocean Fire Chief. It was either him or Ozark County I called first. Those two are the 1 and 2, and I'm not sure. And I may get these out of order, but I'll remember most of them. Who I called. I called Robert right away and said, I said, if you guys can respond on mutual aid, because they're King Mountain Fire Department, so Robert and his dad.
His dad's name, Robert.
Robert Sr. And we just called Bob. I called Boyd Garrison, because I knew he knew where I lived. I called Alan Edgington, and these are the Ocean. If he was out of town. I called Bob Bunker, I believe. I called John Lovers, the resort. And his wife.
Where's resort at?
I don't know.
Okay.
No, anyway. Coach Johnson. He's the Ocean Fire Chief, or Assistant Fire Chief.
Okay.
The Ocean number 2. And I'm running down the trail, I'm going through everybody I can. So then I go back to the pickup at Bull starts only. And so I got it started, I went back with the chain tied to both axles in my wood store because it was facing the wrong way. And so then I cannot spin it around because there was a stump in the way. So I threw a chain on it backwards, just tied to the axle, put it over the ball hitch, and drug my wood splitter out backwards so it didn't burn up. And then I brought Savannah out so she could open the gates because there's no parking brake on the truck. And I can't shut her off because it has to roll start, so I needed her to open the gates for me. We got out to the front gate, and Boyd Garrison was already there. And so we talked to Boyd quickly, and he thought it was strange. Savannah didn't say hi. And went back, and I told Savannah, I said, go in the camper and soak your hand. And I said, if you do anything stupid, my first call will reach me, and I will let her put you in a home. So then,
You're laying it out there, if you want her to listen.
yeah, because as soon as I said, when I told her she was fire department gets her and taking the doctor, this on the drive out, I have a 3/4 mile driveway, and you don't take it at 50. And that's when she said, you can't do that or she'll lock me up forever. She says, if you call Tennille and tell her what I did.
Did you call me?
Yeah, when she looked at me, she did. Well, she sometimes would still call her mom on the phone. That was something Savannah and I ironed out when she was a toddler. As soon as she gave big speech, she wanted to call me mom, and I explained to her, I said, Tennille was the one here, like, running nose, I just changed your diapers, that just put up with me on your bad days, and I said, she deserves a title of mom, and so that other people don't get confused, you can just call me Rebecca. And that's the way we've been for years, but Savannah was very bitter when she came here, that she got kicked out for the new man and this and that, and the final, what set things in motion was when Tennille and Carrie got together, Tennille hired Carrie's sister as a nanny, and Carrie's sister refused to watch Savannah, said she was too much trouble. And so Tennille started, sending Savannah off to stay anywhere. And Savannah had not been home for 4 or 5 weeks by the time I picked her up. I know she hadn't been home for actually it was 4 weeks by the time David and Tennille called me asking if she could live with me. During that time, Savannah had run out of all of her psych meds and had chosen not to go back on them because she'd already gone through the last summer sometime.
Was she on psych meds when she was with you?
No. She did not want to go back on them, and Tennille said, okay, and even if I wanted to put her back on them, Tennille had medical on Savannah until December 31st, but never would provide me with a card or power of attorney to allow me to treat her. I just got power of attorney 6 or 8 weeks.
Hasn't Camilla David ever been down here?
No, never, well, not until this last week David came down, but of course badmouthed me everywhere. And he's sending me Facebook messages, and basically just taunting me. I can't be a half-a-moon person. I don't know who she is. It's a fake account and someone that knows Robert and I personally. I also met with your old, and I emphasize old, friends at the VFW and some of the firemen. Why don't you stop by sometime and visit them, send me taunting, things like that. Then he was coming down to make sure justice is served, and of course then he had to flip the page over to I'll help lead you to Jesus.
So back to the timeline, right, so you leave for when fire was going in.
I'm calling on my way out.
When you say out, are you leaving the property or not going back to the apartment area?
I don't know.
We'll get a better picture of that when we go out. You have to know where you told Savannah to keep her hand in.
Yeah, the fire was probably almost a quarter mile by logging drill from the shop.
Okay. Back over there.
And so we were back there on foot. I'll take some water too, if you don't mind.
That's what she's doing.
Okay, I thought she was getting so it's almost a quarter mile out, and we were back there on foot because if we start the truck and drive it back there, you have to leave it idle.
Okay, so you walk back.
That ran like a bat out of hell back. I carried the chainsaws as far as, because we always leave our chainsaws in the woods where we're working, we call it a saw station. And I was already on the phone with fire department when we're running out. And we leave the chainsaws with the wood splitter, but the fire's spreading that direction. So when we got the truck, which is at the trailhead, roll started it, drove back in, drove the wood splitter out. I'm thinking by this time fire department should be getting close, which apparently I was pretty good because by the time I got to my gate, Toy had just gotten in and he's like, okay, I'll watch this gate. And I said, all right, I'll go up to the shop and direct traffic. Because I mean, it's 3/4 mile to where I sat to direct traffic and almost another 1/4 mile. So, and that's when Savannah refused to go to the hospital because Tennille, and she was right.
So you set her up to.
I'm 15 feet from the camper, and I was constantly going in and checking on her. But every time the fire truck would come in, I could hear and see them coming up the bottoms. And so I had the pickup parked crossways so they could not proceed to the shop. So they knew where to turn up to the well house, and I'd come out of the camper, I'd get on that running board, go up by the well house, show them which of the 3 roads to take. Run back down, check on Savannah, watch for the next truck.
So, she's up at, they were thinking fire out. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Robert stayed because he was in a panic at fun after all the firefighters leave.
Okay.
Robert stays in the property. He was one of the firefighters that responded.
Right.
And he stayed on the property initially to take care of my arm and make sure the fire was out completely because there were still some hot coals in that. Robert's a protector. When I crushed my finger, Robert and I were logging cedar together, And we're at the middle of William, and he's on one end of the 53-inch. Are you familiar with cedar logs? Oh, cedar logs are 53 inches, and they're anywhere from 5 inches across on well, we had some mid-sized logs that Robert and I went on each end could throw forward where the mill could unload them with the grapple, and we're using one side of the trailer on the other, and we're just launching these things forward one-handed. And I forgot to let go of my hand and crushed my finger to the bone. And even today, I'll catch Robert looking at my finger, and he's like, I can't believe I did that to you. I'm the fool that didn't let go, but he blames himself because he was on the other end. It's who he is.
So, underpaid that evening. He stays at the little apartment place.
Yeah.
So he crashes. Wait, skipping ahead. So that night's okay?
Honestly, that night, that first night after the brush fire, I was up and down all night checking on Savannah.
And where were you staying in?
We stayed in the apartment, but I was
Savannah was at the trailer.
I was in and out of the camper all night long checking on her. Robert could not sleep because he wanted to take her to the doctor, and I explained to him and that Savannah was right to be able to lock her up. And he stayed up for most part with me, so he got almost no sleep that night. And he sat with Savannah for a while the next day, so I got an afternoon nap, and he'd been up all night. So when he fell asleep the night she killed herself, he was out, which he sleeps hard anyway, not a good day.
So how did that next day go? So you had the next day after the fire out in
She was pretty, things were stressed between her and I, but she was pretty level until I took the bandages off my arm and she saw how bad I got burned, which was after I got back from the doctor with prescriptions for her.
And what time did the doctors? Yeah,
I think they got me in for 1:30. I can't remember. No, 1:30 appointment was when I went back for antibiotics. Because this is starting out infected, and it was day 2 of Savannah's surge. I don't remember. I called the OSHA clinic and they said they could get me in reasonable soon. It was midday sometime.
Alright. So you do that. Savannah stays back at the camper, and how's she doing?
At that time she was physically, fine. She had the blister on her hand. She kept telling me that it didn't hurt bad and she deserved the pain for hurting me. And you need medication on this. I'm going to the doctor to get you medication. And she's well, I didn't make this up to you, and she promised me she wouldn't do anything. And I came back, and that's when I unwrapped my arm, and she saw my blisters, and she started kind of melting down again, because my arm was pretty ugly. But I kept it on wet cold wraps. And I went ahead, and I unwrapped it for the doctor, and they put the silver sulfate on there.
So what was the still normal activity going on, basically, as far as two people could see? I mean, did y'all have dinner together once, or?
No, Robert, when things get stressful, Robert likes to just disappear. So he'd gone out and started cleaning up where the brush fire was, and he built a bonfire up there, and he talked Savannah and I into going up there for a little while. He said, I think it'd be good for Savannah to know, because Savannah was saying, this and that and the other, and so we sat up there, we talked, and Robert didn't know his word, because whatever.
I guess I'm confused between fires. Forgive me, because I'm
brush fire and bonfire.
Okay.
Bonfire was to clean up.
Okay.
The brush fire, everything that got charred in the brush fire.
Was the brush fire.
Yeah, I believe so.
Brush fire. And then the 19th, when did Savannah try to throw herself in the fire?
18th.
That same fire when it got out of control, oh, that's how it got out of control.
Yes, it got out of control because I was keeping Savannah in control.
Okay, so he thought it'd be a good idea for all of you to go back out there, he was cleaning up.
Mostly,
The bonfire was up there with the cedars, or that same general area?
yeah, the bottom, the brush fire was me burning a pile of cedar tops.
Okay.
And Robert wanted something to do, so he started just cleaning that up. You know, he can always sit and watch me go through a emotional tournament for so long, he doesn't know me.
Right. No, I understand, okay, so then on that was the next day.
Yeah.
So he does, they went and called up the bonfire.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
And I texted fire chief to let him know.
she's over, okay.
Yeah, and
About what time was the bonfire?
I would let it maybe sometime before dark.
Okay, when you guys, all three of you were up there.
I talked some more with Savannah and I was trying to calm her down, yeah. And it was probably darkish when Savannah and I went back down and she went to bed. And that's when I fell asleep on the table for a while. And Robert had gone and laid down. And when I woke up, I went to go lay down with him and there's a broke washing machine in our bedroom in the teacher shop apartment. And when I walked on the bed, I'm using my flashlight of my phone, I have no electricity. I saw the prescription bottle, and crap, fished in our antibiotics, so I fished one out of the bottle. The reason was sitting there was, as a reminder, I'm not good with times and meds. And I went back in to wake her up, and then,
So that was the evening after dark on the 19th.
and then I reported her missing the next morning.
So tell me the events between the time that you found her and the time you reported her missing. So we're at around, let's say about 9 o'clock, I guess it would be close to dark.
Somewhere,
You find her, what's your next move, what do you do?
I broke down falling.
There in the camper?
I held her in, they kept asking her why, because she knew. We just spent the whole day talking about if you take these away, all you're doing is hurting everyone that loves you. And I wanted to call Tamil so bad, but I knew all Tamil would do was blame me. And then I'd be in trouble for not taking Savannah to the doctor, which would mean Robert's in trouble for not taking Savannah to the doctor.
It just all kind of started building on top of snowballing in your mind and possibly for real.
And so at some point, I told her, she would. And get you ready to make everybody pay. Because when she tried to throw herself in the fire, she's just like, let me jump in, let me burn, I'll disappear, nobody will ever find me, and let them worry. And I was at the brush fire. And so I went and I started to pick up and figured it out. Like, so
How much time did you spend in their camper before?
I knew if I didn't have a journal, I think this happened years ago. You know, I just,
So you wrap her in a blanket.
and I go up to the fire that we'd just been around, and I put her on the coals, and I spent almost all night just piling everything else
Sleeping.
I could.
The bonfire is where?
Where the brush fire was.
Okay, because if you read the media, and I know you have, and you probably didn't stop because it's gonna make you nuts.
It's up where it's
It's
not
either 400 yards or either 1,200 yards.
map, it is all I can do.
Those fires are at the same location.
Those two. Now, the beacon fires that they're saying that we roasted her in front of people was probably 8th mile before you get to the shop, where the brush fire and bonfire was probably a quarter mile by trail behind the shop.
The beacon fire was the closest fire. The shop.
There's my phone. All right. This is the front gate off the county road. 1/4 mile of the neighbor's cattle pasture. The gate into my immediate property, steep downhill across the creek, through the walnut bottoms, past the old cabin, across the next creek. And you start up a steep hill right there at the edge where those trees used to be, was the beacon fires where people are accusing us of roasting her. If they took any bones out of there, Sally died, she was one of the first ones with CO. I heard that I had brush piled there from cutting firewood. Okay, so then you go up the hill, that's now garden fenced around the pond to the shop, which the camper's now parked on this side.
Where's in the picture? Is it?
Yeah, that white camper, and it's now parked right there. So when we had the brush fire, I parked crossways here, so everybody had to turn and go up here, and I rode up this hill. And then that little blip is the well house, so you had to turn past the greenhouse, and there are now 3 potential trails past the well. And Robert and I have been logging cedar for a couple of months. That is up CPC property lines. That's my property line. From that well house, we walked the trail straight back to the property line and started up this property line, and brush fire was back here. And that's also where
It's also probably right here.
yes, that's the back property.
You're back in the corner with that.
We're almost to that other end.
So you don't know where the sheriff's department has been on your property?
They've been there in several other places.
Okay.
And I'm almost convinced they don't.
Okay. Well, they're convincing.
What they're calling the zip tile is that. I think. Another line, but how they found it, because Ruud went up there with another deputy, came back down, got somebody from highway patrol who came back down and got the dog. The dog never fled the pile.
So you take her out of the camper, put her in the vehicle.
There's
Which vehicle you put her in?
the diesel.
Okay. And then,
Right here, there's a spot where we back the truck up, so we can really start it down. I really started it back up to the camper, area out, and later in the back.
okay, and you drive her up to the bonfire, which is still hot.
Yeah, there was a pretty huge bed of coals. Robert's been working on it, I think.
You place Savannah on the pole. And then,
I use what I call posted cedar top to help fish her in the coals, and then I have more all
the blanket was with her, her pillow. And what about this computer bag?
night. All of it.
Why the computer bag?
Because nobody would believe she left her own without it. Not people that know her.
You kind of knew, you had this in your mind what you needed to do.
I went back down and got that right before daylight.
Okay.
The pillow and blanket, because I
You had to
them
go
up
back, go up there and think about all this stuff.
and they somewhere in.
So what did Robert, the next morning, what did Phyllis says? Just she took off for a walk or?
I said, where's Savannah? And then we have what we call a farm pager, we'll have to one 3 times. And I'm trying to act normal. And when she didn't come down for the farm pager, Robert was alone, but she couldn't hear us as if she went back up towards the fire. So as he got on the floor, we went up there and looked. And there were still holes, and he didn't think anything of it. We had a fire last night. And came back down and said he's not there, and if she's not there, and he starts going all over the phone to go to her, and that's when I called to me home, and then put her on Facebook and called sheriff's department, and I couldn't tell them.
Okay, so if by the time you come back down in the morning, it's the next morning you come down.
I showered, and they got me and tried to put myself together, and Robert got it.
And when you got up, it wasn't like he said he were Savannah and told him you could find her, then when you.
No, he asked me where's Savannah, because
You were like,
Savannah and I are both usually up early, so it wasn't anything for Robert to wake up without me. A lot of times I get up and I go make coffee and I go back and wake him up. You know, there's a lot of times in Savannah I'll get up earlier than everybody, make coffee, knock on the door, deliver. So yeah, it was automatically a strange morning.
with her not being there. Okay. That's what I was asking. And you just let him go along with whatever they want to go along with.
Okay, so
So at what point did you tell Robert?
just because. And he's, because like his mom didn't want to know everything. He said, I can't be an accomplice, but I know you did not hurt her.
I keep using my train of thought.
That's the biggest reason I'm here is because.
So you don't know how she committed suicide, it wasn't like there was a gunshot or a rope?
There was no blood.
No blood, just,
No blood, no any, no. She was just cold and not covered.
so she was cold.
Did you not know how much time had passed from the time that you went to Hanford to the time that you went?
And now I fell asleep on the table. I cried not knowing what to do and I fell asleep in my head. And when I woke up, my first thought was go to bed. And I saw the antibiotic. And I don't know what happened to the antibiotic.
When you came back down in the morning, was your body gone?
I didn't see anything of it. Searchers were up there. They didn't see anything of it. So
Did you ever go back up there and light that fire?
a couple of times.
After the search?
And what I feel worse about was Robin helping. Not knowing at all.
He just thought you were just burning the brush, just something to do.
He thought I needed a break. And because that's very close to where the, it was on the same region of the brush fire where Savannah tried to throw himself in. So when I had to keep sitting down and crying, he thought it was because I was blaming myself for going away because I didn't get out that brush fire. Robert's one, he doesn't push for feelings and lies. He doesn't talk about feelings a whole lot, or if somebody's hurting, he's just there to do what he can. So he accepted my explanation and let it
What
all.
would you like to happen? Yeah. How did you so he can begin? I mean, it's
So
that doesn't go away.
I don't know what to do.
I think you're aware that it's likely that they fired DNA. And they know it's hers, and they will shortly. As far as taking the body swab from you and Robert, I don't think that's gonna make a difference.
There's cigarette butts. We walked up there, a pile of cigarette butts. Anywhere in that region means that's where our South Station was, where we filmed chainsaws and showed them up.
Swab before I'm concerned. And, in state time, so that's not a big deal. And like I discussed with you before, it's very likely that you're gonna be arrested when that comes back. I guess what we're concerned about now is Robert going to be arrested? You've been talked to Bethany about that.
Part of the reason I'm here is Bethany was out the other day when they did buccal swabs, and she said that there's, I guess, a girl missing in Howell County that they still don't. I guess they found her remains in March. They think it's her, and they're still waiting on DNA. So Robert's mom's business is suffering. His grandma in Hollister's taking threats.
Are they trying to put the two together?
Anyone with the last name of Pete is.
So I know about that missing girl.
I'm seeing timeline on DNA.
Okay, right, no. You can take some time. I usually don't need to arrest you, want to do it pretty quick.
But they're not even gonna make an arrest on that, even though officers believe they know exactly who did what.
That's kind of the whole thing about when we got you. If they don't have enough, they need They need somebody to say
They
something.
need you to fill in the blanks.
Yeah, so it's just, and once again, people you talk to.
So my question is, what do you recommend?
Well, like I said, I think you're going to be arrested. That's just my gut feeling.
I fully expect that, and I'm not worried so much about me, other than,
But that's all we're gonna worry about, is Robert's got his attorney.
I like her a lot. And I told Robert when we secured her as an attorney, I said, you do what this woman says, and you don't worry about me. I said, I have an attorney, but I like her, and you know you have nothing to do with this, and you do whatever she says no matter what. And I
The same thing, we need to just not say anything.
I went as far as to tell him that if he wants to annul a marriage, or she tells him to annul a marriage, to, to make a public show of disconnecting from him.
Talk to her yet about these things? That way, I guess
He's talked with her twice, but attorney-client privilege, Robert's not good at being open and talking about feelings. I see her talking more than him in these meetings. And then he's not really good at relaying piece by piece. She has not said anything that upset him. Other than when she asked him things like, highest level of grade complete, does he read well, does he, like about his education, which was probably looking at a defense angle. And I explained that, I said, that's not an insult. I said, she's looking at every angle to help you for whatever
that
comes
is
up.
something we also go through those things, but it's almost like we have a more immediate matter before we actually get there, but we will. And back to it, I think that you probably be arrested when I don't know. What do they need? I don't know. In order to make that arrest, I suspect it's going to happen. Really, the same thing applies. As far as talking. What could happen is you will talk to Kate. Kate is a single mom. She's taking care of her daughter. She just didn't come down.
That's fine.
I think she was at her parents' house on
I'm going to watch my face real quick. I'm going to go from the emotional past to condemning of the future. And if you take a chance, I just need to lay out what the options are and choose one.
Okay, well, I mean, it's not really the time to choose.
But you know what the options are, consider them and choose one.
Okay.
So.
I should have the other back in Delaware office.
Come on, here.
We have a few more questions for Deputy Collins. Deputy Collins, when this investigation first started, when your office was called out to the property on July 20th, were the defendant and Mr. Pete married?
No, they were not.
Okay. During the course of this investigation, did the defendant and Mr. Pete get married?
Yes, they did.
Do you recall what date that happened?
August 4th, 2017.
Was that the date that Savannah's body remains were found?
Yes, it was.
Got a certified copy of the marriage license. Judge, I'm going to move to Mid-States Exhibit 23 in evidence, a certified copy of their marriage license showing the marriage occurring on August 4th, 2017.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And did that marriage occur while y'all's search was going on that day?
That was my understanding.
All right, this time we'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And is your title now, your title, you're with Christian County, correct?
Yes,
Okay, is your title deputy or,
yes,
okay, I didn't wanna call you the wrong thing, so don't offend you. So, I do have a few questions for you. So I wanna go back on this timeline. On July 20th, you were called to the property because of a missing person report, is that correct?
yes, that is correct.
Did you receive the call for that, or someone else, or something different?
I believe the call came through my dispatch. I was informed of it and responded to the scene.
Okay. And were you told, so you talked to Reba and Robert Pete Jr. that day when you went there, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you were told then the last time that they had saw, or the last time they saw her was July 19th at approximately 9 p.m., correct?
11 p.m.
Or, I'm sorry, 11 p.m. Okay. And then we go to July 24th. You were back out of the property again, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And you indicated, I believe, you testified that you received some things from, did you receive some things from Reba, or were they found as a part of the search?
There were items that was provided to our office prior to myself arriving on the 24th.
Okay, so they came to your office, not something you collected while you were at the property?
That is correct.
Okay. And were they, did they have like a to the attention of or anything like that when they arrived at your property or at your office?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. But did you review those things before you went to the property?
I reviewed briefly a 17-page document, a type document.
Okay. Were there any journals that were in that property that you received that day? A journal or journals?
Perhaps I would have to review my report to refresh my memory.
Okay. Do you recall receiving anything that was reported to you that was Savannah's writings?
Yes, I do remember that.
Okay. Now, when was that you received those? Was that at the property, or was that in part of the stuff that you got at the office, if you recall?
To be certain, I'd have to review the reports to answer that question.
Okay. So we should wait for this, I do have it marked so that we can do everything, so the average look check.
Right.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked for, exhibit, just for, witness purposes only, just to look at this, the defendant's exhibit A. I have marked here where your, report starts, if that's helpful to you. And then I've also got it marked, where you're talking about, the journal, okay? So just so you have a little bit more idea. If you could just review that, please.
Yes, I remember.
Okay, and so that was, again, that is your report, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and you are familiar with that? You've
Yes,
seen it before, okay. And so this journal was important, or this notation was very important to you. That's why you put it in the report, correct?
yes.
Okay, can you read what that journal entry was that you reported? To the court, please.
I can't take this anymore. I can only bend so far before I break, and I can only break so many times before I shatter. We all have a limit, and I passed mine a long time ago. You were a huge help. I will miss you. I'm sorry I let you down. It's kind of the only thing I'm good at lately.
Yeah, why did you think that was important to put in your report?
Perhaps it was an entry in the journal that was provided to our office. And of course, at the time, we were still looking for a missing child.
Okay, so did you take that, when you were reading that, as, I'm not gonna say a suicide note, but the way Savannah was feeling?
Your Honor, I object, false speculation. I think it does.
It's fine.
I'm trying to track, can you go back, where did this journal come from? I thought it came from Miss Ruud.
Sorry. So I don't know if I need to clarify the foundation on that, Your Honor. The writings or the things that were brought to your office, who were they provided by? Do you know?
To my knowledge, it was Rebecca Ruud.
And was that journal entry in a journal that was provided to your office?
Yes, that is my belief.
Okay. Does that clarify your?
Well, I still don't know where the journal came from. Who wrote the journal?
I mean, that would be my objection, Judge. Foundation. I don't think she's established she wrote the journal. I don't think she's established that Deputy Collins even took possession of the journal from anyone. It sounds like he reviewed it after the fact and someone else took possession of it.
That's fine, Your Honor. Did you take possession of these items that you received at the office?
No, I did not.
Did you review all of these items at the office that were delivered to the office?
Yes, I did.
Who took possession of these items? Do you know?
Then Corporal Curtis Dobbs.
Okay. Well, I'll get out of this with you then, and I'll skip it. I'll get that into that with him. So you said that on the July 24th date, you did go out to the property though, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you talk with, I believe you testified that you talked with Robert Pete Jr., is that correct?
I did.
And then you talked to Reba, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And then I believe you said you told the state that you questioned Reba about why she had told you about this missing medications, is that correct?
Yes, I confronted her on the information.
Okay. So my question for you on that is, have you ever been questioned, how many people have you questioned in your career?
I could not provide you a manageable figure.
Okay. Have you ever had anybody that you've questioned come back later and say, oh, I forgot to tell you something?
I suspect.
Okay, so that's not unusual for somebody to say, hey, I forgot something?
It does occur.
Okay, so is it possible that she wasn't trying to not tell you about it, that she just forgot about it?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Well, it is speculation. He could probably tell you he doesn't know, or he can say he does know, and you can ask him how he knows. But for right now, it's speculation, so I guess I'll just stay.
That's fine, Your Honor. Well, you asked Reba why she didn't tell you, correct?
Yes, I did.
And she responded, she gave you an answer, correct?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Was she, how did she seem to you while you were, and just in your personal opinion, how did she seem to you while you were talking with her that day? Let me ask you this, was she calm while you were talking with her that day?
I do not recall.
That's fine, thank you. So on July 25th, you went back out to the property again, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And who did you said that there were officers and then someone brought some dogs out, correct?
That is correct.
Who was that you had gotten in touch with to bring dogs?
The Gateway search team.
Okay. And I believe that you testified that they didn't find anything, correct?
That is correct.
What were they searching for?
They brought 2 human detection canines and a dog capable of scent, a scent canine. And their efforts was to try to locate Savannah Lake.
Okay. Those were not cadaver dogs, to your knowledge, correct?
I do not have any expertise on canine handling, but it was my belief or understanding that the human detection dogs could sniff a cadaver.
Okay, so that is what you believed they were out there for, too?
It was my belief they have the capabilities to do such.
So there was another time, let's see, let's go to I believe it's August 4th. And this was a date that there was a search warrant, correct?
Yes.
And do you know if that was the first time there had been a search warrant?
To my knowledge, it was the first search warrant on the property.
Okay. And you mentioned that in your testimony that this time, I guess you had not been given consent to search, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so you provided Ms. Ruud with a warrant, is that right?
That is correct.
And when you did that, did Ms. Ruud open the gates, unlock the locks for you?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. So she didn't make you cut the locks off?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. She complied with the warrant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you talk to her when you guys came in to the property about staying away from what you guys were doing?
I can't recall any conversations I had with her.
Okay. You don't know if anybody else around you had those conversations?
From reviewing reports, I believe there was conversations to that effect. However, not tonight.
You didn't make those?
Correct.
Okay. I believe that the state asked you about, had you ever seen locks on the property, on the gates? Do you recall that question?
I recall seeing locks.
Before, prior to that date? Had you seen locks on buildings or the gates?
Prior to August 4th?
Yes.
Not that I can remember.
Okay. So between July 20th, which was, I think you testified that wasn't the first time that you'd been out there, but it'd been sometime before that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so between July 20th and August 4th, there hadn't been any locks on the gates that you recall?
Not that I can remember.
Do you know if prior to July 20th, there were locks on the gates?
I also don't recall.
Okay. But July 20th was the time that you went out for this particular incident with the missing person, correct?
Yes, July 20th was the report of the missing.
Okay. During any conversations that you had with Reba during this time from July 20th up to and including August 4th, did you ever find out what she'd done previously for a living?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
I believe I'm gonna make it relevant when I talk to him about the bus.
No, I do not have any knowledge of it.
All right. And you weren't alone I want to jump to the bus time, so when you went to get her at the bus station, you weren't alone, correct?
No, I was not.
Okay. Was it the sheriff that was with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he was with me.
Now, you testified that you arrested her at the bus station. She had some luggage. And the prosecutor kind of made a big deal out of that amount of luggage. Was it more than somebody maybe going on a vacation?
I would consider it a lot of luggage. Do not remember how many suitcases or to its extent. There was a notable amount of luggage.
Okay. Can you explain to me what a notable amount would be?
It'd be difficult for me to articulate.
Well, let me ask you this, how many bags did you collect?
I do not recall.
So it wasn't really that notable. Did you make note of how many bags you collected in the report?
I could review the report to see if it refreshed my recollection.
That's okay. On August 24th, you said, I think what you said is that you then got into a helicopter and rode and overviewed the property, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you took photographs that we saw, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. So then, you say that you inventoried the property, which I guess is this notable amount of luggage that you received from Ms. Ruud when she was getting on the bus. You did an inventory of that. And you started the inventory, then you got a search warrant, and then you continued looking through it, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and the state brought you states. States Exhibit 7, which were some notes scribbled on some paper, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Do you know when those notes were written?
I do not.
And so you have no idea what they were actually regarding?
No, I do not.
Okay. And you can't say whether it was notes that were maybe taken while she was at her attorney's office?
I do not know.
Did you believe them to be incriminating when you collected them?
Yes, I did.
She thought they were nefarious in some way. She was making some statement about something she had done, maybe. Is that fair to say?
That'd be safe to say, yes.
So if they were notes, just, if you knew they were notes from, yeah, I won't ask that, straight that. When you take notes, or, well, first of all, do you take notes when you are investigating a scene or something to that effect? Do you handwrite notes?
On occasion, yes.
Do you think if someone saw your notes out of context, they may think that it was nefarious?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Thing,
I have nothing further.
right?
I just have a couple follow-up questions, Deputy Collins. During the August 4th search, was the defendant ever advised that she was free to leave?
Yes, she was.
Was she ever in custody on that date?
No, she was not.
Are you done? I'm sorry. What's this?
No further questions, Your Honor.
If I just have one, and that's the date that the, you believe the date the defendant got married, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But again, she wasn't told she couldn't leave, is that correct?
I'm confused.
Did anyone tell her that you know of that she could not leave the property?
She was not informed that she could not leave.
Okay,
I'm understanding your question.
yes, thank you.
Since there were a lot of double negatives there, to the best of your knowledge, did anyone tell her that she could not leave?
No.
All right, thank you. Thank you. No further questions.
Nothing.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you. Another witness?
We do have another witness, Judge. Yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Sale call, Curtis Dobbs.
You're getting in off the record date. I don't understand your email. That's tomorrow.
Hey, failed to order up one of the people for 8:30. I have to send another email to do that, but I will just wait till court is over because I've already sent like 2 or 3 and I don't want to confuse you. I'm sorry.
Don't you have to have it there by 4?
Theoretically, yes, but in this situation, I'll make an exception as well.
Okay, I didn't want to get past the deadline.
Understood.
You sort of on the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else.
I do.
Will you take it?
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Curtis Dobbs.
And how are you currently employed?
I am currently employed as a deputy sheriff for the Christian County Sheriff's Office.
And how were you employed in July and August of 2017?
I was employed with the Ozark County Sheriff's Office
How long were you with that office?
from December 2014 to November 2020.
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
A total of almost 14 years.
You have any special training or experience for that?
I do.
And what do you got?
besides my standard certified law enforcement post, I have extensive training in fire investigation. I'm a certified fire investigator for the state of Missouri. I have extensive training in death scenes and recovery scenes. I have extensive training in criminal crime scene investigations and a plethora of other training.
Were you dispatched on July 20th, 2017?
July 20th?
July 20th of 2017.
I was not.
You were not. Okay. Did you eventually become aware of an investigation involving a missing juvenile in July 2017?
Yes,
When did you first become aware of that investigation?
I believe it was July 22nd.
Okay. And do you know Rebecca Ruud? Do you know Rebecca Ruud?
I did.
Okay. And how do you know Rebecca Ruud?
She was a part of the investigation we had started in July.
Okay.
2017.
Is she here in the courtroom today?
Yes, she is.
All right. And you pointed to the woman in the white at the White House.
Yes.
All right. I would ask that the record reflect the witness has ID the defendant. It will. All right. And did you eventually have occasion to speak with Ms. Ruud on July 23rd of 2017?
I don't recall the 23rd.
Okay. Do you recall July 24th, the next day?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you recall that date?
I had been given information by Ms. Ruud to give to our then Chief Deputy Winston Collins, which was a hand-typed or typed report or information that Ms. Ruud had provided.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 31. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the document that was given to me to give to the Chief Deputy Winston Collins.
And this was given to you by Ms. Ruud?
Yes.
All right. Is this a fair and accurate representation of that document?
It appears to be on the first page.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. At this time, Judge, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 31.
No objection.
Did you move it?
And on the 24th, was that the extent of your involvement on that date?
I believe we also spoke with and perhaps interviewed Ms. Ruud and Robert Peter.
Okay. Did you question Ms. Ruud?
I believe Chief Deputy Winston Collins was the primary.
Okay. And do you recall July 27th of 2017?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And why do you recall that date?
Well, Chief Deputy Winston Collins and I returned to the farm, if I'm correct in my dates,
Okay.
and interviewed.
Is that the farm located at 4118 County Road 905 in Theodosia?
That's correct.
All right. And could you describe that property for us?
It was 80 or 81 acres located off of County Road. There was quite a distance. It was landlocked by the piece of property with an easy road into the property.
And went out to the property on that date?
Yes.
And did you ask to search the property on that date?
I don't believe I asked to search private.
Did someone else ask to search the property with your office?
I believe so.
And did you participate in a search?
I would have to review my notes on that to know for sure.
Okay. Your application to go to the property on August 4th.
Yes, I did.
Okay. What was that in reference to?
That was in reference to a search warrant that we had applied for on the 3rd.
And was your department still searching for Savannah at that point?
Yes.
Was that still a missing persons case?
Yes.
And who all went out to the property with you on that day?
Myself, Chief Deputy Winston Collins, Sheriff Reed, another deputy was there, Tiffany Fox. There were some members from the Highway Patrol, I believe, with us as well.
Okay. Did you or another deputy attempt to reach out to the defendant to let her know about the search?
Yes.
And can you tell me about that?
I'm not sure if I was the one who made the contact or was one of our other deputies, but Ms. Ruud, along with Mr. Pease, met us at the gate, and we asked for a consent to search at that time.
And did they give you consent to search?
No,
On that day. And did you have a search warrant on that date?
I did.
All right. And did you serve that search warrant?
Yes, I did.
And where did you advise, what did you tell Mr. Pete and the defendant to do during the search? Were they advised to do?
They were advised to stay out of the way of law enforcement and to not be involved or get in the way while we did the search of the buildings.
Okay. Were they ever advised that they were in custody and not free to leave?
No.
Were any of the buildings and gates on the property locked?
The gate was locked when we got to the gate. In fact, the buildings were locked. There was a camper that was locked, a metal building that was locked, and I believe a truck that had a lock on it.
Storage truck. Were you ever told if anyone lived in that camper?
Yes.
Who lived in that camper?
Savannah.
Now, were you a part of that search that day? Did you actively search the property?
Yes.
Okay. And what part of your search, where did you start your search that day?
Where I started the search was at or near the camper, I believe.
And tell me about your search at or near the camper.
We searched the camper for evidence of Savannah, evidence of what might have happened to her. And
did you find anything of note in the camper trailer that day?
I don't believe so.
All right. And where did you go next after you searched the camper trailer?
My next place that I went next was to the top of the hill where where law enforcement had gathered.
Okay. Was this, what was at the top of the hill?
There had been an alert by one of the cadaver dogs, and we had out there with us that day.
All right. And can you describe what you saw at the top of the hill when you got there?
There was a large area that had been on fire and had burned. It was 2 or 3 acres. There were several of the other officers that gathered in a direction towards the back of the burn area, the furthest area away from the structures.
Was there a pile at the top of the hill?
Dead in the structure.
All right. How tall was that?
We measured it, it was probably 7 or 8 feet tall, 6 to 7.
What kind of items made up the burn pile?
It consisted of branches, looked like mostly cedar branches, and some were unburned and some were partially burned.
And was that brush pile disassembled?
Yes, it was.
And why did y'all disassemble that brush pile?
That is where the cadaver dog had alerted.
And tell us about can you tell us about the disassembly of the brush pile?
After measuring it, I was acting as a photographer at the time. I photographed the disassembling of the and several participated in removal of the branches and so forth. So we got down to the ground.
Okay. After the brush pile was disassembled, was anything located inside of in what was left?
There was an area underneath the brush pile that was lighter colored ash. We're looking at a larger area of black soil that's been scorched. And in this particular area, there was a probably 6 foot by 3 foot area that was of a light colored ash of a different color.
And were any items located in that ash?
Yes.
All right. What items were located in that ash?
There were bone fragments that we discovered almost immediately once we dug into the ash.
Did you package up those bone fragments?
I did.
As part of your evidence collection? I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 17. Can you tell us what that is?
It's one of the evidence bags marked with 13 boxes inside it.
Okay. Did you package that bag originally?
Originally I did. This was not my packaging. But this, yes, originally.
And has that bag has the bones in that bag, have they been sent off for analysis by a forensics dentist?
Yes.
Okay. Could you open that bag and check its contents?
Yes.
And I do have gloves for you to use.
What you do that quickly. On your list, it says something other than the 17.
Yeah, we got the numbers and stuff.
It's not mixed up, it's just.
Yeah. We got it for our file. Yeah.
It's also like,
It should be bones and it should be teeth and a jawbone.
okay. We only talked about bones before, so.
I'm not going to ask you to open the individual packages, obviously, but if you want to take them out and verify as to what they are.
appear to be the teeth that we collected.
Okay.
During our search.
All right, great. And how many teeth were located?
I would have to ask the odontologist, because I'll get exact amount, but I believe it's close to 12 or 13.
All right. You submitted all of those to the forensic odontologist for analysis?
That's correct.
And was that Dr. Eric Wilson?
Yes, it was.
All right. Judge, this time I'm going to move to admit State's Exhibit 17 into evidence.
Okay, admitted.
All right, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 18. Can you identify what State's Exhibit 18 is for us?
This would be a zip pull and metal button that we discovered in the area we were showing.
Okay, and if you could open that bag for us, please. Okay, and there's two bags inside of that bag, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what should be contained within those bags?
This one should contain a metal button similar to the one that we wore at the top of your pants.
Okay, and what about the other bag?
This would be a matching zipper pull that was located in the ashes.
All right, and could you open those and verify their contents, please? And you took an item out there, is that, what was that item?
This would be the pants button that we discovered that had a unique pattern on it that was unique to this button.
And was that collected from the ash pile?
It was.
All right. And another box with a box.
This would be the zipper pull with matching emblems that we located in the down. It was in the down position when we located it, and some pieces of a zipper.
Okay. And was that found in the ash pile too?
It was.
All right. At this time, Judge, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 18 to evidence.
Objection.
Admitted.
Did the defendant contact you at all during the search?
Yes,
How did you contact you?
by email.
All right. And what was that email about?
Part of the email, she was asking whether or not she could leave.
Did you also receive a notice from dispatch that she was attempting to contact you?
Yes.
And had she previously been advised that she was free to leave?
Yes.
Did she leave?
Yes, she did.
Did she leave with Mr. Pete?
I believe so.
Did she ever come to the top of the property? To the top of the hill?
Not while I was there.
Okay. Were you present for the arrest of the defendant in Springfield?
I was.
Okay. Can you tell us about your involvement for that arrest?
I went along with the Sheriff Reed and Winston Collins. My involvement was minimal. Most of the actions were taken by Sheriff Reed and by Chief Deputy Winston Collins.
Okay. At some point, did you have an occasion to move or transport the defendant from the Ozark County Jail to the Taney County Jail?
Yes.
All right. Was this after she had been charged?
Yes.
Why was she being moved from Ozark to Taney County, to your knowledge?
I believe it was a change of venue.
And during that transport, did the defendant tell you she wanted to ask you a question?
Yes.
What did you do? What did you say in response to that?
I believe I said if she wanted to waive her rights and speak without an attorney, that I'd be happy to listen.
Okay. And what was her response?
I believe she said she did not want to speak without an attorney, but wanted to ask her a question.
Okay. Did she still ask you a question?
Yes.
What was that question?
She asked if we had found her daughter upon that hill.
Okay. Did you reply to that?
Yes.
Do you remember what you said?
I said, you and I both know we did.
And did she say anything in response to that?
I believe she said something about something evil had happened upon that hill.
Okay. And in October of 17, did you have occasion to transport those teeth to Dr. Wilson for identification?
I did.
Oh, you did not?
I did.
Okay.
Ask for teeth. I cannot recall what day.
Okay. Did the defendant ever talk to you about her dreams?
Yes.
What was that in reference to?
That was in reference to her concern about a.
Wait. Kim, just a minute. Sorry.
We'll withdraw the question, Your Honor. At this time, Judge will pass the witness.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. I just can't jump. Mr. Dobbs, what's your current rank?
Deputy.
Deputy, and with Christian County, is that correct?
I am.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure I call you the correct thing there, so, Deputy Dobbs, I wanna make sure, I just wanna go over a few things, make sure I have them correct. So I believe you testified that you were not called out, to the Ruud farm on July 20th.
That's correct.
Okay, and so the first time that you became aware of the missing person was on July 22nd?
that was my first involvement. I'm certain that I was aware of it prior to that.
Okay, so when you say your first involvement, what did you do on July 22nd?
I was asked to go to the Ruud farm and pick up items that Ms. Ruud had for us.
Okay, do you recall what those items were?
One of them was the 17-page paper that she had presented to us, and I believe another was a computer.
Okay. Just a moment here, and we'll look through this report real quick. Did you, so you took possession of those items?
Yes.
Do you know, I know that you said the letter, the 17-page letter and a computer. Do you know if there was anything else that was given to you?
I can't recall.
Okay, so there may have been.
It is possible.
Okay. And what did you do with those items?
I brought them back to the sheriff's office.
Okay. Did you go through them?
I believe I read part of the 17-page letter.
Okay. Did you share them with anybody else at the sheriff's office?
They were given to Chief Deputy Winston Collins.
Okay. On July, I think you testified that on July 27th, you went back out to the Ruud farm and you were there for a search. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. Do you know what your job was at that, during that search, where you searched?
I believe you searched, or I searched, helped search camper.
Do you know how many times, well, let me just ask you for yourself. How many times did you yourself search that camper?
Once.
And how many times were you around when anyone else searched the camper?
Yes.
And how many times would you say that you observed it being searched?
Once.
And did you write a report up for this case? As part of the normal course of your investigation, did you write a report, a police report?
For this case?
Mm-hmm.
I'm certain I have, you.
Okay. And some supplementals maybe?
Yes.
Okay. And it would have been important, well, actually, I think you went through some of your training. Were you trained on writing reports when you went through training? And
Some.
okay. Were you trained that it was important to have everything in your reports?
Everything pertinent should be in the report.
Okay. So if the reports indicate that you yourself searched the camper on multiple times, would you disagree with that?
I would have to see my notes on that.
Okay. So you, I think you said on 8/3 of 2017, you got a search warrant. Did you actually do the work to get that search warrant?
I would see a fine.
Okay.
Search warrant.
And what was it that you were putting into the search warrant that you wanted to search for?
see what it was, but I believe it was for human remains and DNA, I believe.
Okay.
There might have been other things.
And you did obtain that warrant?
It was granted, yes.
Okay. So when you, did you go back out to the property on that date then? On August 4th?
On August 4th, yes.
And did you search, the property?
Yes.
And I believe you testified that you started out at the camper.
I believe that's where I started out.
Okay. And I think then you said that you had, so let me ask, did you personally search the camper at that day?
I believe I observed them being searched that day.
Okay. And I believe you said that after that you went up to the top of the hill, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I want to just make sure I'm clear. Now, is the top of the hill what you're describing? Is it the area that the fire had been, there had been a burn, I guess, burn pile there?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you see the dog make an alert?
No.
Okay. So where were you when the dog alerted to?
I was at the bottom, near the structures.
And how did you learn that the dog had made an alert?
The handler, at that time, came down the hill with a couple other officers, I don't know who they were at this time. And he was trading the dog out for another dog. He had 2 cadaver dogs with him that day.
Okay.
And they said that one dog had alerted, and they were going to get the other dog to see if they alerted to it as well.
And he was with the dog at the time that he brought him down?
I believe so.
Okay. And so you then began doing some searching, I guess, or what was your next step in when you went up the hill?
I was assigned the position of assigned to do the photography work and collect the evidence.
And so I want to understand collecting the evidence. Did you physically get down in the dirt and collect, or did you just take what somebody else got out of the dirt and label it or keep?
I did both.
Okay. And when you were collecting the bones and the teeth, were you wearing gloves?
I think I was at some point, sometimes, and I think there was a point that I wasn't when I was photography.
Okay. And I just kind of want to clarify now. When you first got to the property that day, and you had the warrant, and then Rebecca did let you in, correct? She didn't consent to the search, but she did let you in after you showed her the warrant.
I believe she unlocked the gate.
Okay. And were there any instructions that you gave to her at that point?
At that point,
Or when you got up to the buildings?
I don't recall them.
I think you testified earlier that you had said something to the effect of stay away from the investigation, let's do our job thing.
No.
Do you recall exactly what you said?
Not the exact word, but they were, and I'm not sure I'm the one that told them to stay away from the building. They were told to stay away from the building, and out of the way of the officers that are going through the building.
Okay. And she did that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So she didn't come up to the top of the hill while you were investigating, correct?
No.
She did what she was told, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You can have this.
Yeah.
Just one follow-up. Do you know where the defendant went on the 4th when she left the property?
Yes. Where did the defendant go? They left.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to this. I'm not sure how.
I'm gonna withdraw the question real quick. I'll rephrase. How did you find out where the defendant went? I'm not sure how I found out, but I was made aware that they had applied for and received a wedding or marriage license at the Howard County Sheriff's Office that day. No further questions.
Magistrate. Nothing further.
Did you have no further witnesses today?
I'm mad at this short day. Like you said, let's go with the record. Okay, 9:30 in the morning.
9:30?
I've got like, I've got pre-trial next week, and I have like 15 pre-trial conferences, hopefully waivers and pleas and recess. I'm pushing to the end. Anything else on this case?
Is Deputy Dobbs free to leave here?
Oh, yeah.
No, second.
We're releasing him.
Perfect.
Okay,
All right.
see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, Nate, you know we're doing the pre-trials in here on May 3rd.